in the rear of one of the buildings in the 6500 block. I asked him if he was the one who initially made the 911 call on the dumpster fire. He said no. He did direct me to a building where he believed, I guess the caller lived at. The dumpster itself had significant damage to it. I mean, it was the most significant damaged one we came across in our search.
Okay. And you have been using the pronoun we. Who are you with?
My partner at the time, Detective Matt Metzler, who also worked in homicide with me.
So what did you all do with this dumpster?
We approached it. Obviously, it was a substantial fire, it appeared to be, because a lot of the paint was melted off. There was a significant amount of water in there. That dumpster appeared to be about halfway full, if I recall. We obviously, again, it was dark. There appeared to be what just kind of really almost at the top of the water level, what we believed to be at that time remnants of like a seat cushion in the dumpster. So at that point, we secured that scene like we would any crime scene. We roped it off with crime scene tape and obviously made a request for our crime scene unit to come out to assist.
What was this still on May 24th?
This would have been, I believe it was May 24th.
Okay.
And again, I want to say it might have been about 2 days after the homicides.
And how were you there? How long were you there?
Several hours.
Did it go into the 25th?
It did, yes.
So did crime scene technician Kimmer arrive?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And was she with? Were there two crime scene technicians?
I believe so. Again, when we initially got on that scene, there was a search warrant being executed, and I believe we were waiting for them to conclude, I guess, their collection of any items there before they came to our scene.
And you mean a different search warrant, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when CSU got there, what happened?
We started. We actually were in Tyvek suits. And obviously it entered the dumpster and tried to, I guess, again, had a substantial amount of water in it. We started pulling the items out individually and trying to ascertain what would be possibly involved in our investigation.
And I'm going to show some photos that have been previously introduced by technician Kimmer. Is that the dumpster?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. So, is this what you were faced with when you first got there?
It was, yes.
I'm just gonna flip through these. How did you know what to collect?
So, obviously, our initial, I guess, approach to this, we were looking for the backseat of a vehicle. Once we actually get to this dumpster and kind of start going through items, we start discovering things that we believe are possibly involved. There were several items, I think you kind of skipped through a few as well, that appear to have, and I don't know how.
I'll just start at the first one and you tell me, let me know if you want to talk about something.
Okay. I know the picture's a little grainy on there compared to what I'm looking at on this screen. This one has, you have some burn marks through here. These little spots here, they appear to be blood. Like right there, here, kind of on the ends. These appear to be like the burn marks. And then again, you have a little bit more possible blood here and up there. I can't tell if that's kind of a little bit better to see here, but this appears to be blood here. These appear to be burn marks through here. Again, you have what appears to be saturated blood as well. And again, over here. Again, this would have been the towel from the previous picture, or what appears to be a towel. Again, you have what appears to be the suspected blood here on the edges over here, kind of throughout the towel. And then these are all just burn marks here.
I'm going to flip
this. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay. Right here, this is going to be what appears, I think this is going to be like a sheet here, but this is really saturated with blood. I know the coloring looks bad here, but this is real dark red through here. These again appear to be some burn marks on here as well. And
I think that's just a close-up of the same picture.
okay, and that's just going to be when we remove that item after, and we photograph everything as it is before we actually retrieve it. Obviously, we want to look at it a little bit closer and to follow up before we collect it. But again, this is going to be that item. I think you can see much better here that kind of the red coloration here, what appears to be blood. And then these are all going to be just little remnants of the burn marks here. So in this one, I think this is going to be here. I think this is like almost like a comforter here. Obviously significant burn where it had obviously sustained fire damage. That's going to be the item once it's removed from the dumpster, and you have significant burn marks here as well. This one, obviously the coloration of it, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks to appear to be blood through here, and again over here.
Is in the upper left corner, is that a shoe? Just for perspective on the
Oh, I'm
size
sorry.
of
Are you
this?
talking right here?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. This appears to be like a sofa cushion. It was recovered and it was photographed, pulled out. It has significant burn damage as well throughout there. This is going to be another towel, like I guess like a washcloth that it appears to be actually like I don't know what, see right here, I don't know if that's kind of part of where it's ripped off, but this is just another towel that we recovered that also has some burn damage to it. So this appears to be another cushion, a pillow right through here that we recovered. It appears to have like saturated blood here. It's like a good amount through this area. This is your burn marks on it over here. And again, this is going to be the cushion laid out once we recover it from the dumpster. You can see the significant burn there. This one looks to be a pillowcase right here. This is real, what we suspect to be blood as well, kind of up here. It does have a little bit of a burn mark through here, but this is going to be your suspected blood through there. And that's just, let's see, this is going to be, okay, we did pull these two items out, not knowing if they were some type of flame accelerant. They were not. Actually, we called for arson to come out. We learned when they came out, it was actually just 2 jugs of urine.
Okay. And are we getting into like the bottom part of the dumpster at this point?
We are, that's correct.
So just a close-up of the same scene.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I believe this item here we pulled out as well, along with this one. This one appears to be more bedding. Again, you have what appears to be suspected blood all over this one, heavily here and up here. There are several burn marks on here, especially right in this area. See this one here. This item here. Do we have another picture? I think that might be part of that. But it has some. Let's see.
I think that's it.
Okay. This one might have been the bottom part of I guess another part of that bedding that was right there, but it had significant burn damage as well, and so did this remnants of what appeared to be a carpet on this one as well. Okay, this is my partner, Detective Metzler. As we recover bedding out of there, out of the dumpster, this one has has a lot of significant stains, all appear to be blood, as well as identifying markers on here that show that it was there when the fire was initiated. And that's going to be the item that Detective Metzler retrieved. This here appears to be significant spot of blood here, as well as identifying marks right through here and up here. I'm sorry.
That's just a close-up of the same one.
It appears to be, yes. And that's, I believe, still going to be the same item. Let's see. And these are going to be, I'm sorry, obviously we'll take photos of things in the dumpster, we recover it, place it out, we'll photograph things. A picture like this is going to be actually in our crime scene lab, where once we have an opportunity to kind of even detail it a little bit more. So this is going to be one of the items that we recovered.
When you
realized that you had found the dumpster that probably had evidentiary significance, how did you notify anybody about this?
Okay. Again, we were looking for backseat of a vehicle initially. Obviously, when we get over to the dumpster, as we kind of approach, I observed what I thought were remnants, like stuffing from the inside of a seat cushion. It would appear to be maybe even like little springs. I notified our homicide commander, Lieutenant Kessinger, at that time.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, obviously, he was aware the back seat was missing from the vehicle. I told him that I believe that we may have remnants of one, that there had been a significant dumpster fire, and that we were going to try to attempt to retrieve any items that from that dumpster pertaining to the case.
How long did you have to wait for CSU?
Offhand, I don't know. It may have been an hour, it may have been two. We roped it off. Obviously, we secured it from that point. Nobody had any access to the dumpster at that point.
And when CSU came, how long did that whole process of taking each item, photographing, taking each item out, photographing again, how long did that take?
So it's very time consuming, especially in the pictures you were looking at with a dumpster like that. You don't want to just go through it too quick. You want to kind of process each item as best as you can. Obviously, the fire damage played a role in that as well. So it took several hours.
Do you recall when you cleared the scene?
It was the following day. It was sometime that morning. I mean, when we got there, it was dark. I would say late in the evening, maybe around 10:30. We may have been there 12 hours, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you later return to do follow-up interviews of residents?
We did. Mm-hmm. The ones that the gentleman had told us he believed to be the ones that called 911. We did.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Detective Peters,
Yes.
You were referencing in you said you searched several dumpsters, correct?
That's correct.
And the one you were referencing was the one located on Hackle Drive, correct?
That's correct.
And that fire, according to your report, was reported on May the 22nd. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't search that dumpster until 2 days later.
That's correct. We weren't looking for, I believe it was 2 days later when we actually found the vehicle that was missing the back seat. And at that point, that's when we tried to make efforts into locating it.
One of your colleagues testified that they had taken a picture of the Mazda as found. And the picture did not have the windows rolled down. And your testimony here today was that the 2 back windows were rolled down.
I believe so.
Did you take that picture?
I don't recall I don't believe I took that picture. And I don't recall who took the photo. Again, I do recall when we approached the vehicle, it had a strong odor of bleach emanating from the car.
And back to the scene at Hackle Drive of the suspected dumpster fire. You arrived on the scene, you said, before the crime scene unit did.
That's correct.
And so those pictures that you were showing the jury were taken after you had arrived on the scene.
Are you referring to the dumpster? Or
Yes,
Is that
the
correct? Yes.
pictures that were shown to the jury today.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
1 second.
Judge, can we approach?
Sure. Okay, people, wait until I do a breakdown of this guy. He is worse than Daryl Brooks and Taylor Shell Business. Mind your business, show business. Them together with his own little, oh my God, he is evil. So what he did is he unalived a man, an adult man, and then a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old were witness. I'm not sure if they're friends yet. I'll figure it out. So allegedly. Anyways, he unalived them, started them on fire. Yeah.
Particularly this one.
Hmm?
And do you recognize those photographs?
I have seen them before, yes.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of how the Mazda looked on May 22nd when you saw it in the parking lot?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce these two photos and publish to the jury. They will be exhibits.
150 and 151.
Admitted subject to prior conversation. You all want to approach? It's like you look like you're questioning, and I don't want to, if you
Yes,
want to
let's
put something on the record, let's do it. Yeah, no problem.
And to clarify, are you the one or were you part of the team that first located the Mazda?
That's correct, yes.
And did anybody enter the Mazda and roll windows up or down?
I don't recall, no.
Is that something the police department would ever do?
No, typically, again, you want to obviously contain any evidence as we locate it, and we don't want to obviously tamper with it anyway. Obviously, the most minimal contamination as possible.
And once you all located the Mazda, was it secured?
It would have been yes.
And so no civilians could have come and gone from the Mazda?
No, absolutely not.
So. Let's see. All right, and what are we looking at here?
Okay, this vehicle here is going to be light blue Mazda. It may look a little silver in this picture, but it's like a light blue.
Is this where you all located?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall it was parked in a normal parking spot?
That is correct.
And from this distance, would you have smelled bleach?
Yes.
And does the window appear to be up or down?
The back window appears to be up. Front driver window appears to be down.
And what are we looking at in this picture?
This is going to be a photo, I guess, on the driver's side door into the vehicle. Again, the window appears to be down.
And at this point, was the back seat missing?
It was, yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any recalls?
Detective Peters, just to clarify, you did tell the jury that the 2 back windows were down.
I said I believed the back ones had been down. Yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And come up with your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what? Actually, I think this is a good time for a little 5-minute break because somebody needs to step out. We will just come back in 5 minutes. It's 10 after 11.
All right, jury.
Can't believe they're already taking a break. I found a new chat. Let's see. Turned out to be a pleasant moment. Dumpster kept banning me, accusing me of being. I don't know who that is, but I will look it up. You're so funny. I was laughing in Nano's chat, but I was cooking, so I couldn't watch, but I could listen. She is different. I'm different too. But you know what I mean, right? But thank you for being here, Dan. Thank you for popping in like you do. Look at that demon. Do you want to watch what he does to judges? I'm going to show you right now. Hold on. Hold on. You get it. He's worse than Daryl Brooks, man, and Taylor. Oh, come on. Oh my God, what is going on around here? This is what he's doing to the mothers, to the mother that he unalived and burnt. Grandma, where the hell have you been? I'm mad at you. Allegedly. Look at this demon, you guys. He is, sadly, I'm going to say this, he's entertaining.
Can we do a fair trial in Jefferson County? But then another part of it is, if we have a concern, what's the alternative? Because then if we might get into a situation on the law where I'm supposed to weigh the pros and the cons. Ma'am,
Stop it. Look at you.
ma'am,
He keeps turning. He keeps turning.
ma'am, I told you once before, let me please help you understand. You can't just talk out like that, okay? If you can't handle him looking at you respectfully, all I can tell you to do is don't be in my courtroom, because he's going to keep doing it, particularly now that he knows that it irritates you. So you either are able to control yourself or you're not. And I would understand why you could not. I get that completely. But I can't have you talking up in court, okay? I need you to hear this. The next time it happens, there will be a consequence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rhodes, you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling.
Because I can.
Well,
Because I can. It's not a crime to smell.
it's not a crime to
Continue
smile,
what you were saying.
but it doesn't help you all right, to irritate people.
All right.
And you have a lot at stake in this case.
It's not a crime to smell, is it?
I didn't say you were committing.
Okay, then.
I'm saying you're
Continue
not
what you were
helping
saying.
yourself.
Continue what you were saying.
I'm
I'm allowed to smell.
I would suggest you do what helps
Okay.
you, not what hurts you.
Okay.
That's
Do what I
all.
want to do.
Well,
Let's
do
get
what
that
you want to do.
understood.
That's fine.
Let's get that understood.
I'm sorry.
Let's get that understood.
Well, you made
All
that
right,
abundantly
continue what you
clear.
were saying about the motions.
Okay,
All right.
I'm saying I want to have a hearing on it, and we'll be happy to give you a date when we can come back and talk about that. Is there work we need to do to be ready for that hearing, or we basically have what work needs to be done?
Judge, we haven't received their motion.
But we
Yeah,
have,
so-
yeah, we haven't filed the petition yet. Judge, we wanted to have a date from Your Honor. We have some exhibits. Some of them may be lengthy, so we're trying to get all that.
This holiday.
Hold on.
Well, well,
Well,
I see we meet.
well. Okay. Hi. Yesterday was a very bad day for me. Very. Yeah, you know when I'm not doing good. Okay, so now this demon, hold on. That was the mother the judge yelled at. Now this guy here, this Brice, these judges, he's got a different judge now. They need to, in my opinion, learn how to deal with that monster. This has been going on 7 years. With an attitude like that, taunting the victims' families, which they're victims. Look at them. I you know what? I bet you people in prison are afraid of him. Okay, and he had 2 other boys help him. They already pled guilty. And one of them testified yesterday against him. That was interesting. However, I wasn't doing well, so I was not live, obviously. No, it's more than that. This is somebody I would not reach out to. Nope. Because you know how I like to talk to killers. Believe me, Grandma, as soon as everybody figures out what this Joker's all about, everybody on the internet's going to be watching them. Yep. Oh, my God. So, yeah, there's that. Okay. Watch, he's going to taunt the mother again. For me, it is. For me, it is. People think I'm crazy, but oh well. Ain't that right, Grandma? However, though, Dan, I'm not hey, Duncan, you bitch. Okay, no, Dan. I ain't like, what's his name? New Jersey, whatever he is, that guy. Because I do not go after people on the internet. I contact killers that are not on the internet. Because you know what? Let me tell you something. One day that's going to blow up in his face. Sadly, you heard it here first. Someone's going to hurt him from the internet. Because he's going real life. from people on the internet. Just saying. He's all new to this. So that's just my opinion.
All first 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anybody need to report anything? Great. All right, who's the Commonwealth's next witness?
The Commonwealth is going to call Dr. Lippincott.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Dr. Lippincott.
Lippincott?
Lippincott.
Oh my God, what a name. That poor doctor. Holy crap. Who'd want a last name like that?
Good morning, doctor. May I have you raise your right hand, please? Sorry, could have given you a minute. Do you sort of tell the truth in the whole truth? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Lauren Lippincott.
And can you tell us what sort of medicine do you practice?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And so what does a forensic pathologist do?
Forensic pathology is the field of medicine that examines unexpected, unexplained, and unnatural death.
And is there some training that goes along with becoming a doctor there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's your education background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology and health sciences from Guilford College. I received my medical degree at Nova Southeastern University. I then did a internship year at St. Petersburg General Hospital in Florida. I then did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Louisville.
So how many years of education was that if you had them all up?
Sorry, let me do the math. Approximately 15.
And how many autopsies have you performed at this point?
I have performed over 1,800 autopsies.
And what is the standard procedure for performing an autopsy? Do you pick who comes to you? How do they get there?
The autopsies that we performed are on decedents that are sent to us by the county coroner.
And this is the job that you were performing back in 2016?
Yes.
And this is, you had, I was going to say opportunity, that's not quite the right word. You conducted the examination for a case number ME 160633.
Yes.
And who was that individual?
That individual was identified as Christopher Jones.
And when you performed the autopsy at that time, where does the autopsy occur?
The autopsy is performed at the medical examiner's office.
And who else are there other people in the room, just you?
There's technicians, there may be other doctors in the office, law enforcement.
Do you follow the same set of procedures for everybody that you receive, or do you tailor it based on what your initial observations are?
We have our general protocol, but some items are tailored for the nature of the case.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness Commonwealth's 152 through 159. Those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Jones as you observed him to be at that time.
Yes.
Move to admit and publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You bet.
Lend you control of the clicker and
Okay.
pointer there. Can you, I guess, first of all, I'll just kind of jump to your final conclusion to orient the jury. What did you find the cause of death in this instance to be?
The cause of death in this instance was a gunshot wound.
And can you point out where the gunshot wound is on the victim?
In this individual, the gunshot wound initially went through his arm and then entered into his torso.
And how did death result from that?
There was injury to the liver that resulted in bleeding.
How long would you expect somebody to survive with that sort of injury?
It's hard to say.
And so, obviously, the liver is an important organ. What happens when a liver gets punctured?
When there is injury to the liver, bleeding will occur into the abdomen.
And so you would expect most of that bleeding to be internal or external?
Depending on the nature of the wound.
Okay. Is there anything else significant about this particular photo?
In this photo, you do see a lot of evidence of the medical intervention that was performed prior.
And if you want to just go through the next photo.
Okay.
What is most significant about
Yeah.
this photo here?
In this photo, the significant item is right here. That was after we had made an incision under this contusion or bruise on his torso, and that is actually a projectile.
Now, are we looking at a bullet that almost exited? Or
No.
are we looking at an entrance?
That bullet was underneath the skin. We cut into the skin for visualization
Okay.
and retrieval.
Okay. And there was only one bullet wound?
There was one projectile recovered.
Yes. All right. And we can go on to the next one. And what is this shot here?
This looks like it's the other side of his torso, so the lateral side where the projectile entered into the body.
And how can you tell? Can you tell from just looking at the wound whether it's an entrance or an exit?
This one is a little irregular. So.
And irregular would mean what? I'm sorry.
Because this is a re-entry wound because the bullet already had gone through a different area.
So I guess let's talk a little bit more about the processing also. I kind of jumped into things. There's a sticker there. Why is that sticker on it?
That sticker right here, it has our case number. Every individual that we examine in our facility is given their own case number. That number follows all of their case and anything involved with it. And then also on this, we also have measurements in inches and metric. So that also gives us a sense of scale.
Thank you. Go on to the next one. And there's, can you talk about his hands?
Yeah, you'll see that the hands were received at our office, covered in a paper bag.
And why is it like that?
That can be done to preserve any possible trace evidence.
When you say trace evidence, can you give some examples of what you sometimes find on people's hands?
I mean, sometimes it's also, we might clip fingernail clippings if requested for collection, and it may see if there's anything that could be important to law enforcement.
When you were processing Mr. Jones, did you encounter any injuries that would have been consistent with him having been run over by a vehicle?
I did not see any specific.
And there appears to be some darkness up on his head over his eye there. Did you observe that during your inspection?
Yes.
And do you know what the cause of that is?
No.
Is there any part of the infusion or treatment process that could cause results like that?
Not that I'm aware.
Do you know do you know when that bruising would have occurred?
I'm not sure.
Can people bruise post-mortem?
No.
So do you keep careful records of your examination?
Yes,
And do you file a report?
we do.
And what's the rest of the procedure that you follow with an autopsy?
During the autopsy, say we examine the external surface of the individual. We look for injuries, natural disease. We will then generally also perform similar inspections inside the decedent's body. We will make incisions and look at the organs as they are in the body, and we will also remove them to look at them individually.
So why do you take, in a case like this where you can see a gunshot wound, why would you take out organs and weigh them still?
Just for documentation, to also see if there's other injuries, other natural disease.
Because you only get one shot at this and you don't know what might be relevant later.
Correct.
All right. Did you do anything else with respect to Mr. Jones?
Blood samples were collected from the hospital and were sent for toxicologic testing.
And what would that test for?
It generally tests for a panel that includes common drugs of abuse and alcohols.
Okay. And when did you perform the examination of Mr. Jones?
This exam was performed on May 4th, 2016.
And did you also happen to perform an examination in case ME 160724?
Yes.
And who was the individual involved in that examination?
That individual was identified as Larry Ordway.
At the time that you did your examination, did you have any knowledge that these two individuals were in any way connected?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness Commonwealth's Exhibit 160 through 176. Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Ordway as you observed him at the time?
Generally, yes.
Move to admit and publish to the jury, Your Honor.
No objection.
So Bennett, you may.
We'll go through the pictures one by one, but first, again, I'll jump to what was your final conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. Ordway?
The cause of death were due to multiple stab wounds of the torso.
Why would you take a picture? What's the significance of taking pictures of someone's hands? What's significant about that?
We take pictures of the hands to document any injuries or any other findings as they're received.
Did you see any wounds on his hands?
No.
Do you have?
Sorry, I just hit the clicker.
Oh yeah, sure. And that's his other hand.
Yeah, or at least another aspect of it.
And still no wounds.
No,
No defensive wounds.
no.
You can keep going. Did you observe burning on the body?
Yes.
And were you able to tell was he deceased when the fire occurred? Is there any way for you to know that just from looking at him?
It's hard to tell with burning, but we did perform a carboxyhemoglobin testing for carbon monoxide, and that was negative.
Which would imply what generally?
Often if someone is, for the most part, deceased at the time of a fire, they will not be taking breaths to inhale it in.
And what are we looking at here?
We are looking at a stab wound.
Is there any way for you to tell what sort of instrument caused the wound?
No.
Would you be able to tell if the instrument was serrated or smooth?
We do document whether the wound edge is smooth or if we see evidence of serration.
And what was your conclusion on this one?
This was a smooth. Next.
Yeah. Can you orient us as to what we're looking at here?
So I believe you're looking at, on the torso, there is an injury here, and then you can see some of this darkening and discoloration is fire injury.
We can go on. Same.
Same.
Plus, there's also, is that additional wounds in the
Yeah,
photo?
there's multiple wounds in this photo.
Overall, do you count the number of wounds?
Yes.
How many wounds were there?
Overall, we documented 21 sharp force wounds.
And did all of the wounds hemorrhage?
Yes.
And what is that? What can you deduce from that knowledge?
When there is bleeding around from the wounds, it means that the heart was beating, person was alive.
So he would have felt all of these wounds. He would have been alive for all of these wounds.
Would have been, presumably, yes.
I'm sorry. I'm alive or able to feel? Which one? Because that was kind of put together.
It's if someone's alive.
Okay, but you would not or would know whether they were able to feel it.
It would depend on the level of consciousness in an individual.
So in this case, do you know?
I can't say.
Okay. Thank you.
You can go on to the next one. Anything significant?
No, you could
lower
still
extremities.
some of the other fire burn injuries.
You can go on to the next one. What do you observe here?
Here is the side of his head. There's some burnt clothing and burnt skin underneath. Looks like some singeing of the hair, and there was a contusion on the ear.
And what would people on the street call a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise.
And so, do you have any way of knowing how long do bruises last?
They can last for, it depends, period of time.
Do you have any way of knowing how long that bruise existed?
No.
You can go on to the next one. And this is another shot of the bruising.
Yes.
You can. What are we looking at here? Can you
So here,
orient us?
yes, we're looking on the torso. There were some injuries here, and this is intestine protruding through the wound.
And if there's a incision to the midsection, is that something that naturally happens, or?
Yes, it can.
All right. What is significant in this photo?
And here there is some bruising on the forehead.
And this photo here?
And then here is, we're looking at his body from the top down. Head is here, going to the chest and abdomen. And here we can see multiple stab wounds.
Are all of the stab wounds on the front of the body?
The vast majority are.
You can go on to the next one. Can you tell anything about the depth of these wounds from looking at them during your examination?
On the external exam, we can give approximations of wound depth on internal exam.
And were these of consistent depth with each other?
They varied.
And do you know what the range was?
The depths of the wounds were ranged from 1/4 inch deep to 6 inches deep.
Go on to the next one. Do you know which body was the one that you would have examined in this photo?
I believe it is the one on the right because of the clothing.
And I don't know if there's another photo after this.
Yes.
Would a blade like this be consistent with the wounds that you saw?
I can't say.
some knives you could rule out by looking at them. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And is this one that you could rule out by looking at it?
I don't think it can be ruled out.
And if there's another one,
I think that's it.
that's it. And then you followed the same, after you did the documentation, you followed the same process as you laid out for Mr. Jones and documented your reports.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not going to walk back through all the things you just testified about. I'm going to pick and choose a little bit.
Okay.
And if any of my questions are confusing, just tell me.
Okay.
I think it's probably clear, but I wanted to ask just a couple things about your office. Your office is it's not just you, right? It's a bigger office.
Yes.
How many medical examiners are there?
I believe at the current moment in time, we have 8.
Okay.
In our office.
And in any particular autopsy, do you only have one, or do you guys work in pairs, or?
We may have work in pairs if there's a fellow who's the doctor in training.
Okay. Do you recall on these two if you were by yourself or if there was someone else assisting you?
I had someone else assisting and supervising.
Someone was assisting you, you were supervising? Or
No.
did I get that back?
No, I was the one being supervised
Okay.
by another doctor.
Can you tell us the name of the other doctor?
Yes, for which case?
That's a totally good point. Why don't we start with Mr. Jones?
For Mr. Jones, it is Dr. Springer.
Okay. And then with the second.
And then for Larry Ordway, Dr. Falls.
Thank you. Also regarding your office, you said you've done 1,800 ballpark
Yes.
autopsies. Your office does cases from other counties too, right? You're from all over the state?
A segment of the state.
Okay.
Yes.
Do all cases that need an autopsy from Jefferson County, did they all go to your office though?
Yes.
I want to turn now specifically to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
You had indicated, you testified about this a little bit. I want to turn back to it specifically on page 5 of your report. You have your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have a spare copy.
No.
You testified a little bit about this before, about the injuries to the head. You see the spot, it's number 2 there on the report?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate on your report, I think let me take a step back. I think you told the prosecution that you couldn't determine the exact cause.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Correct.
You use the term, which is a medical term of art, though it's one that I've heard out in the world, blunt force injuries,
Yes.
right? Okay. Tell the jury what does that term mean, a blunt force injury?
A blunt force injury is an injury to the skin or body as a result of an impact.
And when you say an impact, what makes that distinct from a different type of injury?
It can differ from, say, a sharp force wound, which is due to a cutting of the skin.
So in this case, something struck the head or the head struck something?
Yes.
All right. And when we're talking about it, it would have been fairly recent, right? Bruising doesn't last for years and years.
Yes, correct.
And you specifically observed bruising in this case.
Yes.
In fact, we saw bruising and you commented on it in your testimony earlier. It's impossible to tell the exact amount of time from a bruise, right? There isn't a magical timestamp on a bruise.
No.
But you can make some conclusions, draw some conclusions, right, based on the coloration and things like that.
In some generalities.
Okay.
Yes.
For example, you told us that this would not have been after death or post-mortem.
Correct.
All right. So are you able to say to the jury exactly when that bruising or when that blunt force impact would have occurred?
No, I can't say exactly.
But based on what based on your examination, doctor, you are able to tell that it was fairly recent.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the bruising, you used the word, I think we already talked about contusion, right? You say it's over the left orbit.
Yes.
Can you tell us just which part of the head or face we're talking
Yeah, the orbit is just generally the area around the left eye.
So when you're saying over the left orbit, I'm using myself, not
No,
you.
okay.
Is that fair? And I'm not. Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's a
Am
little
I wrong?
more up than orbit.
Okay.
Orbit's
So
more
closer here.
a little further down.
Okay. You also observed an abrasion. Is that like a scrape?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know this word bilateral, over the bilateral forehead. I don't know what that means.
Both sides of the
Okay.
forehead.
Okay. And also you said on the nose and the left cheek.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. There's another one that I don't actually know, so you can help me out. A cortical contusion?
That's a bruising on the brain.
Okay. How are you able to determine that had occurred?
We could see it on examination of the brain.
Okay. When we say a cortical contusion on the brain, can you explain that in normal words?
We see areas of hemorrhage or bruising, focal hemorrhage or bruising on the brain surface.
So we're talking about the actual surface of the brain itself.
On the brain itself.
Okay.
Yes.
And that takes a certain amount of force, right?
I believe so, but I can't say specifically how much.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But that coincided with what you observed with exterior damage to the head as well.
Yes.
It's fair to say it's likely that whatever caused the exterior probably caused the interior damage as well.
Yes, it's likely they're connected.
Okay. Here today, you're not able to tell the jury exactly what caused that injury to the head.
Correct.
But you do know, and you've testified about the fact that there was a blunt force trauma to Mr. Jones's head.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
With respect to Mr. Jones, observing the blunt force trauma, is there any question in your mind as to what the cause of death was?
No.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was due to the gunshot wound.
And would the would the trauma to the head be consistent with an unprotected fall on pavement?
It can't be excluded.
With respect to Mr. Ordway, we went through some photographs with the jury, but we didn't show all the wounds. Can you just refer to your report and explain where you observed each one of the wounds?
Wounds were seen over the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the inguinal region, the back, the left inguinal region as well, the genitalia, and the right leg.
And what is the inguinal region?
The inguinal region, to I guess in lay terms, is the groin.
And so he was stabbed in the groin?
Yes.
How many times?
There was one stab wound to the right groin and one to the left.
And when you say stab wounds to the external genitalia, what does that mean?
That is generally, in this case, talking about the penis and scrotum region.
And when you add all those stabbings up, what number did you come to?
For total in his
Yes.
body, there were 21 stab wounds total.
And were you able to determine the decedent's age at this time?
Not at the time of autopsy.
Do you know necessarily who you're working on at the time of autopsy?
He was unidentified at the time of autopsy.
And subsequently?
And then subsequently identified by the coroner's office.
Thank you.
Any requests?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you for being here. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Council, can you approach for a moment?
I wonder what's wrong with the back of his head. Did you see the back of his head?
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch before calling any more witnesses. I'm just going to ask you to be back in front of the courtroom doors no later than 1:00 p.m. In the meantime, please recall my earlier order. You're not to do any research on this case or post any information about this case. Thank you.
Roosters are they're happy. Okay. What did she say? What time are they coming back? 1 something? We'll see if they're gonna, after the jury's out, I wonder what they're gonna say.
All right, we'll be in recess until about 5 till 1.
5 till 1. Okay. He is a demon. And what we're going to do now, since we got time, I'm going to play all different clips of him and his behavior and how he treats. He's tried to kill a correction officer. He's threatened 2 judges' lives. He been through 4 different attorneys because, he threatened their lives. He's a very dangerous individual. So here we go. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, here's the first one. That he threatened the judge's life.
Mr. Rhodes, you can just bring him up right here.
Why y'all have me come out like this for?
I think you know why.
What?
You know exactly why. Now, listen, stop talking. Have been.
God.
Are you done?
No, I ain't done.
You've been charged in the
What
fourth
I've been charged
degree.
with? Why
I'm
you
going to keep
charging
talking
me
because
like
I don't
this?
want to have to
don't
see you
care.
back here for this.
What you think? Where you live at? What you think at? None of that. I ain't do.
So you're saying you're going to find out where I'm out?
None of that. You got something? I'll be up.
Okay.
Yeah, all
You've been
right. I
charged
know,
with
okay.
assault in the fourth degree,
I don't
minor
care about none of
injury,
that.
terroristic threatening in the third degree with physical contact. New charges. I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Would you
No,
like me
I'm
to
not
read the
guilty.
arrest warrant to you?
No, I'm not guilty.
I am setting a bond of 15,000 full cash on that on those charges, and the other case, once this actually gets served on you, is going to be dismissed without prejudice as duplicate. Do you have any questions? Would you like appointment of a public defender?
Not guilty.
I just said that.
Not guilty.
I just said that.
I'll be out.
Okay,
All
I
right.
just said that.
All right.
And
Take
would
me
you
back
like
to
an
my cell.
attorney?
Take me back to myself.
I'm not taking you anywhere. They can take you back, but would
Alright.
you like an attorney?
All right.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. Ms. Schroring, that was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the county attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do with that. Y'all want me to take hold? Also, can you please get that served on him? Thank you. Good luck with that, Eric.
I only added charges.
Yeah.
Nothing is more important
Crazy,
than your
huh?
health. It empowers.
Hold on. I'm going to find you the other one. Let's see. Okay, this one here. This one here. This is a different judge. He tells him he's a racist. He likes to argue.
Do you think this is the best time?
Even though you show favoritism to the Commonwealth, you denied every motion I've ever filed in this courtroom. I'm still it's my right to file a pro se motion, and it's my right to speak what I need to speak on.
Well, I
don't know if y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on or what y'all got going on, but I'm definitely going to speak my mind.
Detective Vitelli and I have no sexual relationship.
Now I'm talking about you and a prosecutor over here, sir.
All right.
You denied all my motions. Every motion I filed, you didn't deny it.
I'm pretty sure I've denied the vast
Every
majority
motion
of
I filed?
pro se motions that have ever been
Are you some
filed.
type of racist? Are y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on? Which one is it?
Or are you just wrong in everything that you've made a motion for?
Are you a
It could be
secret
that.
Ku Klux Klan member?
No, sir, I'm
Is that
not.
what you really are?
Nope,
Okay.
I'm not.
But like I said, the higher courts, they'll deal with it when time comes necessary.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
And
So say less.
Okay, you guys know he's a joke. Okay, let's do the other threats. Let's see, correction officer, let me think. I'm looking right now. I didn't know they were gonna go on break so quick. Okay. Here we go. There's another one. I'm so sick of commercials.
A defense attorney for a triple murder suspect is asking a judge to keep the public out of a competency hearing.
WDRB's Fallon Glick details that request and what the judge is doing. Fallon?
And it's been a while, guys. So in case you forgot, Brice Rhodes is on trial for the 2016 murders of Christopher Jones and later 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. Rhodes allegedly killed the brothers so they wouldn't tell police about Jones's murder. This high-profile case has been working through the legal system for nearly 7 years. He was scheduled for trial last January, but Rhodes's defense claimed he had an intellectual disability. It's taken more than a year to determine whether Rhodes is competent to stand trial or if he is eligible for the death penalty. The delay is because of a backlog at the Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center. A psychiatrist is expected to testify about the results of his evaluation on April 21st. But while the hearings are usually open to the public, Rhodes's attorney wants the hearing closed. Jefferson Circuit Court Judge Julie Kalin says she cannot close the hearing without having a separate hearing where the public has the chance to object. That hearing is scheduled for April 17th. And in court in the past, Rhodes has had outbursts claiming a judge was a secret KKK member. And he even wrote a letter to WDRB saying he's a victim of police and prosecutorial misconduct. He is in jail on a $1 million full cash bond. Fallon Glick, WDRB News.
A defense.
Okay, that's not the one I wanted to show you guys, but that's okay. I'll find the other one. All right. There's another where the boys of this mother lunged at him. Let me find that one.
I know this is hard to hear, but it's important.
Accused triple murderer threatens a Louisville judge while claiming his own attorney's a racist. WDRB's Travis Ragsdale shows us what happened and why some believe he's playing the system. Travis.
Another day in court with Brice Rhodes and another wild day with cursing and outbursts.
Your job is to do your job, not to worry about me. That's what I'm saying. Well, I worry about me. You worry about yourself.
In typical Brice Rhodes fashion, he once again had that outburst at Judge Charles Cunningham on Thursday. It came during a pretrial hearing for the accused triple murderer. Rhodes was arguing that detectives are framing him for the May 2016 murders of Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. He's also accused of shooting and killing 40-year-old Christopher Jones around the same time.
Two Louisville homicide detectives, Mr. Tonelli and Mr. Griffin, both fabricated testimony and evidence they committed perjury.
He's facing the death penalty and, for the third time, wants a new attorney.
You're not trying to give me a fair chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should give you as a lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU.
Ordway and Gordon were found stabbed to death and burned in the backyard of a West Louisville home. After Rhodes' outburst in court Thursday,
you worry about yourself.
He had some parting words for Judge Cunningham.
You're going to find out, though. You're going to find out real quick. Promise it. Promise it.
That's when the victim's grandmother, Jackie Partee, spoke up from her seat.
It's going on 4 years for him to stay. I'm their grandma, and this is going on for 4 years.
Do you think he should be executed?
Yes.
Cunningham explained the process to her and how he's trying to avoid the case getting thrown out on appeal. WDRB spoke to Partee after that, outside the courtroom.
It's very frustrating. It's frustrating probably to the judge to see him keep doing what he's doing. But what can you do? My grandchildren didn't have a chance. Everything that he's saying in there, thinking he's so smart. This has got to stop.
Rhodes is scheduled to go to trial in April, but that will likely have to be pushed back into.
So there's been 3 judges, 4 attorneys. Can you imagine being a CO? Could you imagine? Let's see. I think they have a shocking device on him. Did you hear me? He has a shocking device. Kind of like Daryl Brooks. Oh, that's what I want you guys. Yeah. Do you guys want to watch the kid that tested, that pled guilty? You guys want to watch that? He killed 2 black boys, but the judge is the racist. Okay, right. All right. Oh, here we go. It's not a long one, but it tells you what he did. We will watch the guy that testified against him. It wasn't very long, which I thought was weird.
Accused triple murderer is in more hot water this time. Investigators say he threatened a corrections officer. Brice Rhodes answering to terroristic threatening and wanton endangerment charges this morning in court in Louisville. They're added to a long list of charges he already faces. Police say Rhodes told an officer that he would be shanked in the face and that he and his family would die. Investigators say Rhodes made the threats Wednesday while behind bars at Metro Corrections. He's accused of killing Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon in May of 2016. A trial for Rhodes is set for July.
Crazy. Okay, let's watch this one. Hold on. Okay, this is where they're not going to show the full thing, but I'm going to show you when he's being interviewed by detectives. He's enjoying every bit of this, you guys.
Knowledge of what happened to 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon when police interviewed him on May 24th.
Where they run away to? Like,
well, if we knew that, man, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I wish I could help you where they was. You know, I don't. You know.
Not long after, Rhodes stopped answering questions and asked for a lawyer. But 15-year-old Anwan Carter didn't stop talking. He said he and 18-year-old Ja'Cory Taylor were in Brice's apartment when the murders took place.
He made Maurice on his knees and like beg for forgiveness. And like he put a toboggan over his head and he put a rag in his mouth. And he stabbed him.
Carter describes a similar scene for Maurice's brother.
We moved Maurice to the side and we brought his brother and we put the toboggan over his head. He put the toboggan over his head and put the sock in his mouth. And like,
Carter says he and Taylor were forced to be involved in the killing.
He made
y'all stab him? So you and Corey stabbed him too? All right. How many times do you think you stabbed him?
I stabbed him 1 time.
Carter says the brothers had witnessed Rhodes kill a man earlier that month, a possible reason into why they were killed.
And they seen somebody just walking down the street, and they said Rainbow said catch the street and shot him. And Maurice, he was a getaway driver, so he was driving.
He does something. Okay, this is the mother.
It was a violent, split-second decision.
I flipped out. I couldn't take it no more.
Marie Wren lunged toward the man accused of stabbing her sons to death and burning their bodies.
He's a demon. He kills kids.
For most of the hearing, which lasted about 20 minutes, Wren was quiet and out of sight. But she says she lost control as Rhodes stood up to be led out of the courtroom.
Every Sunday you go to church and you pray and you try to forgive. The anger still builds up in your soul.
And it's that anger that Wren says boiled over Friday.
Ain't nobody gonna sit in court and hold their composure and have a demon turn around and laugh about them killing your kids. It's just not gonna work for anybody.
After being forcibly removed from the court, the judge spoke with Wren's mother. He told her if the family can't stay calm, they should stay home. But Wren says she won't rest until she gets justice for her sons.
We're just fighting to get justice for him to get the death penalty or a life without parole.
Now, as for Brice Rhodes himself, not much happened in terms of his case today. He did, however, tell a judge that he wants a change of venue. The judge said he would discuss that later. I'm Morgan Lentis, WLKY News.
Yeah, crazy. Okay, let's see here. Oh, that's right. We were going to watch a person that, hold on. Oh. I am so sick of these commercials.
Co-defendant Anwan Carter laying it all on the line in front of the man he blames for the triple murders.
Who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
That person was later identified as 40-year-old Christopher Jones. Days after Jones's death, Carter says Brice Rhodes learned the victims Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon told their mother about the murder. That's when prosecutors say Rhodes picked up the brothers and took them to his home. While there, Carter says Maurice got into a heated argument with a friend, prompting him to grab a knife. Carter says Rhodes then took the knife from his hands.
He's like he gonna violate him.
Carter says Rhodes made the group of boys vote whether Larry and Maurice should die. Once they voted, he said Rhodes stabbed the brothers and made everyone do the same. Wednesday, LMPD tech Jesse Huffman showed the scene where the teens were found side by side. She says their bodies and clothing were burned and they suffered from several wounds. Huffman also says she tested evidence, including the driver's seat in Brice Rhodes' car, which appeared to have blood on it. However, during the defense's cross, attorneys questioned LMPD's handling of the evidence, especially the back seat of the car, which they say was in police custody.
I did not take any evidence from any back seats. Correct.
Okay. And if you had, it would be in your report.
That's correct.
Defense attorneys revisited the conversation about the seat during Sergeant Jason Vance's testimony. Vance says he didn't remember finding a seat, but records presented in court said otherwise.
You remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing, but I do not recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Instead, Vance says he remembers finding Maurice's cell phone and Carter's couch. LMPD personnel says they also recovered several objects from Rhodes' home, including knives and a carpet.
Once they received it for their testing, they then circled the areas that they tested for DNA.
Which prosecutors say was a positive match for Maurice and Larry.
Okay. What did I say we were going to watch again? Hold on. Oh, that witness. Let me find him. Maybe I have to go Google it. All right. What's up with the 5 on him? I have no idea what that means. Oh my God. They said he is not eligible for the death penalty. What? You're kidding me. Oh, I am going to show you guys this though. This is funny. Some of these killers can't. No, he's not. That's what it says. Right? Watch what this guy does. This ain't him. It's another one I came across.
Start yours at purdueglobal.edu.
What's up?
All right. I ain't going out to him. Relax. I'm talking.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Relax.
I used to box. I've taken a lot better shots than that.
Yeah, relax. Yeah. I ain't doing nothing the other thing.
So that man was convicted of doing bad things to an 11-year-old and then unaliving her. And that was his attorney. Unreal. He reminds me of that guy reminds me of I can't think right now, sorry. Okay. Okay, we're gonna watch this real quick. All right.
Is going to be your heater. Now, Mr. Heater Products.
Opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, callous and casual was the first murder. The two that followed were calculating and cruel. In May of 2016, Brice Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. The evidence is going to show that these acts occurred basically as two acts. And so if this were a play, these would be the characters that are involved in the first act. We have Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway. Despite having different last names, these two are brothers that live together. They went to school at Olmsted. They like playing basketball. They enjoyed rapping. They were always hanging out together. They had a home, they had a family, but from time to time, they would be out of the house for a few days. That wouldn't be anything unusual for them. They were born 2 years apart and a day, so they almost had the same birthday. And unfortunately, they both died on the same day, which we'll get to a little bit later. So these two brothers that were always hanging out together, 16 years old and 14-year-old, were friends with several people, one of which was Ja'Cory Taylor. Now, Ja'Cory, you're going to hear testimony from him. He's going to testify. He had a rough go of it. He had lost his job at White Castles. He was in and out of people's houses. He would stay in the stairwell at his girlfriend's house. He was just kind of on the boundary of things. And he was friends with both Larry and Brice. And Ja'Cory goes by Corey also sometimes. And Maurice Gordon also goes by Brice. And they were mutual friends with Brice Rhodes, the defendant here, who went by Rambo. Brice Rhodes, was 25 years old at the time in 2016 when he's hanging out with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds. Ja'Cory was 17 years old. And there's one more person in this friend group. Antoine Carter, right here. And he goes by Buddha. And he was just a friend of theirs that would hang out. So as they were hanging out, an idea came about. This is a picture of Larry and Maurice, Mr. Rhodes, the defendant. It's a picture of Antoine and a picture of Ja'Cory. Now I'm going to leave this up here just as a reference for you all, so when the names start going, you can look back. So one night with Brice Rhodes, we came upon an idea. The idea was basically it was a hit out on somebody. And they were going to kill that person and collect on it. And Brice Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was. So on May the 4th, 2016, now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they looked back then. And also people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So the idea was this. They all hopped in a car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry. Brice Rhodes was in the back behind the driver's seat. And Ja'Cory Taylor was on the right behind the passenger seat. Trailing in a different vehicle was Ja'Cory Taylor, Antoine Carter. He's in a truck that's following behind his car. So it's nighttime, and they're driving around looking for this guy, looking to collect the price on his head. As they approach, picture of Antoine, who's the follow driver, who's 17 at the time. As they approach 41st Street, there's video of the car driving by, then video of the truck. What happened was a man was walking out in the streets, and he had long braids. And so he looked like the guy that Brice Rhodes believed the hit was on. So Brice Rhodes rolled down his window. The guy was walking out of the street. Cars parked in the road. He's walking out into this, away from the street, in between the cars. Brice Rhodes yells out the window to him, "Hey, get out the road, bitch," and then shoots him one time in the side. The bullet wound is going to go through his arm and into his side. Police are going to be alerted that there was a shooting and respond to the scene.
So, sorry guys. These stupid commercials. All right, this is continuing the prosecution. We'll do the defense right after. The man on the pavement there is Christopher Jones. He had nothing to do with any hit or street business. He was just in the wrong place in the wrong time and ended up being shot. He was still alive, but non-responsive there at the scene. EMS took him to the hospital where he passed away. This is the intersection of the nearest street the police reported to. There's another picture of Mr. Jones. And this is a picture from the body cam of approximately where his body was in the road as the car drove by. You can see this is the clothes he was wearing, some of the items that were on his person. And that's what he was reduced to after he was shot by Mr. Rhodes. You can see a single bullet wound in his arm, and then the entrance of the bullet wound that turned out to be fatal into his chest. So that's the end of what, if this were a play, if this wasn't so serious, we'd call the first act. Now,
a couple different ways it happened, but essentially, Brice Rhodes became aware by overhearing a phone conversation with Jacory talking to Maurice that they were talking about the murder that had happened, that their family knew about it. And as soon as Mr. Rhodes knew that the boys were talking, even just to their family, he knew that they had to do something about these boys to keep them from talking, to cover up this first murder. So this is a black Dodge Charger that Mr. Rhodes had access to and often drove. And you're going to hear testimony that on the 22nd of May, just a couple of weeks later, this black Charger picked the boys, Larry and Maurice, up at their house. And that was the last time that anybody from that apartment was going to see them alive again. So Maurice and Larry are obviously going to be the victims in this second act. And it's going to be carried out by a defendant named Tyrion Coleman, by Antoine Carter, who was involved earlier, and by Corey Taylor, and by Mr. Rhodes himself. So I'm going to leave that up there for your reference. So this is Brice Rhodes' apartment that he lived at with his mom. He had the boys over there. It was four of them, well, the six of them, four individuals listed there, Maurice, Larry, and another individual. And as the night got on, boys started wrestling around, and there was a little bit of a skirmish that broke out with Maurice. And so Brice Rhodes said it was time to discipline Maurice. Maurice had pulled out a knife on somebody, and so Brice hit him upside the head pretty hard and took the knife. He then said, "It's time for you to be disciplined." So he went up to Maurice, put a toboggan on his head, pulled it down over his eyes so he couldn't see. And he tied his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move. And he made him beg for forgiveness and plead for his life, which he did. He was begging everyone in that room to spare him and apologizing and saying he was sorry. So Larry, his brother, was taken and held in a different room. And from Larry's room, he could hear his brother pleading for his life, and he could hear what happened to his brother. And what happened to his brother is that he was punched a few times by Mr. Taylor. And then Brice Rhodes took a knife and began stabbing him over and over and over again. In the chest, in the midsection, and in the genitals. He was screaming and crying out for help, and his brother was helpless a room away to do anything about it. When they were finally done, they rolled Maurice over, and then they brought Larry into the room. And then they repeated the process. They took the toboggan off, they put it on Larry's head. They put something over Larry, and they started stabbing him until he died there in that apartment. Brice's mom and sister, who shared that apartment with him, were out of town that weekend. So he had the place to himself. He had the people involved help him take the body of the boys and put them in some totes, which he then carried down and put in the back of his Mazda. Some in the back seat, and one of them in the back seat, and one of them in the trunk. And then he drove off. Now he left Anwan and Jacory at the house to clean up because there was blood all over the carpet. He gave them cleaning supplies and he gave them towel. And just for good measure, because his mom was out of town, he had them also do his dishes while they were scrubbing up the blood. He and other individuals went and dropped the body of the boys off, dropped their bodies off. He also set fire to the items that were associated with the stabbing and left it in a dumpster. Dropped the bodies off around 4028 River Park Drive, which you can see from the area is near the park, near Wanda Park where they play ball. So on the 22nd day of May, this is what somebody in the neighborhood discovered. 2 boys mutilated, stabbed, set on fire, and left like trash. So boys' parents are starting to wonder where they're at when they don't come home after the first day. And so mom gives them a call. Well, the person that answers the phone isn't Maurice. It's Antoine Carter. And he tells her, kids are fine. They're doing something else. I just borrowed the phone. So police discover the 2 bodies. And eventually they have sketch artists come out. They can't get fingerprints because the bodies are too badly burned. They have sketch artists come out and draw a picture of how the boys looked, and they're looking for, checking news stories for missing boys. Eventually, they find that there's 2 boys that are missing from Olmsted School, and they have the boy's mother come out, and she identifies that, yes, that's them. From there, police realize a couple things. They know who the boys left with that night. They know that it was Mr. Rhodes. They also know that they left with Antoine Carter and Jacory Taylor. So police track the phone, and eventually it leads them to Antoine Carter. And Antoine Carter eventually ends up talking to police and explaining what happened after some little bit of give and take. He finally got to the story of what happened. About this same time, police pick up Brice Rhodes. He gives a short statement, which you will hear. Police go out to Brice Rhodes' house once they've heard what happened, and they start pulling up the carpet from his house. And when they do a DNA analysis on that carpet, of course, they find the blood of the 2 brothers is there on the carpet. Police also learn that after this event, after that night, when Brice Rhodes comes back from dropping the bodies off, he picks up the 2 boys that were left to clean up the house. Jacory had with him the boots that he wore in the house. And he left those boots at a girlfriend's house. And so police got a search warrant. They go to that girlfriend's house, and those boots, the DNA on those boots, comes back to the boys as well, corroborating what was said earlier. He also gives a statement to police, and it pretty much matches the statement of Antoine Carter that I've just relayed to you. So here's a picture of the apartment, how cleanly the flooring was stripped from Brice Rhodes' place. Another thing that police did once the investigation got underway was they went and looked at Brice Rhodes' blue Mazda that had transported the two victims in the tote sacks. And you'll notice this is a picture of the back seat of the Mazda. All the cloth seating has been ripped out of it. And then this is a picture of Jacory at the police station giving his statement. You can see, I want you to remember how young he truly is. At this point in time, he is 5'5", weighs 122 pounds. Brice Rhodes is a 25-year-old grown man. This picture of the boots that were recovered from the girlfriend's house. You're going to hear from a lot of different people that are going to come through here. The police that were involved with both of these investigations that had to piece together that the two investigations were connected and take over. So there's going to be two different lead officers. You're going to hear from experts and you're going to hear from the medical examiner. You're going to hear from CSU professionals. You're going to hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case.
Okay, now we're going to listen to opening of defense. Oh my God, here we go with the commercials. Oh my God, how am I going to deal with this? I hate these commercials. There's no way around it right now. As soon as I find out, though.
I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ladies and gentlemen, these are quotes from someone involved in this case, but these are not quotes from Brice Rhodes. These statements were made by Antoine Carter. Antoine Carter talking about killing his best friend, Maurice Gordon, and running over a helpless Christopher Jones. Antoine Carter is the prosecution's main witness in this trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Brice is also grateful that you are here because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence. The evidence, or the lack thereof, will show you that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of these accusations. The burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt. Why do we keep talking about that? I know you've heard that many times already. Our system, our government makes it so difficult to take someone's freedom that we can't let the government make any mistakes. And we want to be sure that no one is ever wrongfully convicted, especially in a situation where the stakes are this high. The government has made some very serious accusations against Brice. And I'm not here to undermine the loss that the families and the community have suffered as a result of these senseless deaths. But I'm here to make sure that nobody is wrongfully convicted, and that's why you are here. As jurors in this case, you guys have a great responsibility. But with that responsibility also comes a great power. You all have the power to hold the government to their burden of proving Brice Rhodes guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the power to say no. You have the power to say we are not convinced. And the power to know that that decision is okay. So how do you make that decision? As Ms. Jones-Brown told you earlier, none of us can define reasonable doubt for you. That's up to you as a juror. That's up to you as an individual. So what are you going to use to make this determination? You will hear evidence over the next several days. You will decide what evidence you find credible, what witnesses you find believable. So what evidence do you all expect to see to help you make this decision? It's a very important decision. Eyewitnesses, that might be good. I think you'll find that there aren't any eyewitnesses who were not themselves involved in these crimes. There are no neutral witnesses. Do these witnesses have a motive to lie? Can we trust them? You might expect to see a murder weapon. There's not one. Is there physical evidence? Yes. Can it be trusted? That's up to you all to decide. Let's talk about the physical evidence. The Louisville Metro Police Department found tire tracks and footprints at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were found. The tire tracks could not be linked to Brice's vehicle. The footprints did not match Brice's shoes. Brice's fingerprints were not on any evidence. Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found on any evidence except for on the steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle. Let's talk about Brice's car. The Commonwealth showed you a picture of the Mazda. Louisville Metro Police Department searches Brice's car and claims that the entire back seat of Brice's light blue Mazda had been removed in an effort to conceal evidence of these crimes. No DNA linking Brice to those crimes was recovered in that car. You'll hear that Brice borrowed Chris Jensen's black Charger to drive these boys around. And when you hear from Mr. Jensen, note that he is not going to be able to say that anyone was with Brice when he picked up that black Charger, nor was anyone with Brice when he dropped off that black Charger to Mr. Jensen. These are things to consider. I want to give you an alternate perspective, if you will, than what the government has. Have they accused the right person, or was Brice an easy target to blame? Has the one who already committed these crimes pled guilty? I ask you all to listen to the evidence, observe the witnesses, and ask yourselves if something isn't quite right here. The evidence will show that there is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Anwan Carter admitted to running over Christopher Jones's body in a pickup truck that he had stolen, that Mr. Carter had stolen. Do you know what kind of vehicle witnesses reported seeing at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were recovered? A pickup truck, not Brice's blue Mazda. Anwan Carter admitted to stabbing his best friend Maurice Gordon. Carter claims to have seen Brice Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones, but the evidence will show that what Anwan Carter in fact saw was a hand out the window shooting a gun. If you recall, Mr. Carter was in the vehicle behind where the shots were fired, the vehicle that the shots were fired from. It was dark outside, and Carter could not see the face of the shooter. Jacory Taylor was in the back seat where the shots were fired and had just bought a gun from the boyfriend of Larry and Maurice's mother. Anwan Carter saw Jacory Taylor buy the gun. There's reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Jacory Taylor admitted to buying that gun right before the shooting of Christopher Jones. He admitted to getting into an altercation with Maurice Gordon right before Maurice died. He admitted that Maurice Gordon pulled a knife on him. And then he admitted to stabbing Larry. Again, reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of the evidence, you will be asked to make a decision about Brice's fate. You have promised that in order to find anyone guilty, the government has first proven to you that that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the government has not done that, you all must find him not guilty. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. I ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient, and tell them that we will not wrongfully convict Brice. Thank you.
What do you get the man who says he
I'm telling you, people, these commercials. Okay, probably watch one more because they should be back in like 10 minutes. Um, okay, that's right. I was going to have you guys watch his mom. Hold on a minute. Or no, it's his grandma. Where'd it go? Oh, I found it. Give me a minute. I found it. Okay, this is the grandma testifying.
Good morning, madam. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Deborah Wren,
How do you spell your last name?
WREN.
Ma'am, how are you connected to this case?
I'm their grandmother.
You're on your way out for 2 witnesses. Recognize these photos.
It's Brice and Larry.
Are these photos you all gave us of the boys?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 16 and 70.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Which one's Reese?
That's Reese.
Okay. And obviously that's Larry. And if you could, I know it's hard, can you tell the jury about Reese and Larry?
Reese and Larry were really good kids. They did good in school and they played sports and they were really good natured boys. They never been in trouble. And they were very loving. They got along with everybody. They were well liked at school. Their teachers really thought a lot of them. They were involved in sports. They were just good boys.
In May of 2016, how old was Maurice?
16.
And how old was Larry?
14.
Did they usually hang out together?
Always.
What school did they go to?
Homestead Academy.
Homestead. What neighborhood did they live in?
It's around the Beachmont area.
Is that in around Iroquois Park?
Yes, Iroquois Park area.
And how are you related to them?
I'm their grandmother.
Right. Are you their mother or father's mother?
My daughter is their mother.
Okay. And what's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth.
Who are their fathers?
Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon.
So they were each a junior?
Yes.
And was your daughter involved in their lives?
Yes.
And were their fathers involved in their lives?
No.
Was your at that time, was your daughter having a few issues?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe a little bit about what the home life was like?
She was just having a hard time, with just doing things and trying to make ends meet and things of that nature.
Were there times when there wasn't enough food?
Yes.
Did they have any siblings?
Yes.
And who is that?
20, their sister.
How old was she back then?
I'm gonna say about 9 or 10.
Okay. How old is she now?
17.
And is there a new sibling that they would have met if they lived? Larissa.
Mm-hmm.
And when was she born?
September the 22nd, 2017.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Redden, you are free to step down. Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, what could you say? You know what I mean? That had to be really hard for her to do. They should be back any minute. Oh. All right, hold on. Okay, let's watch this a minute. See what they got to say. This is the co-defendant again. Oh, these commercials.
They are graphic. Teenage brothers stabbed to death, their bodies burned and left in an alley in Louisville's West End. 7 years later, the alleged killer is now on trial. WDRB's Katrina Nickel tells us about the testimony today from a young man who watched it all happen. Katrina.
Well, this is Juan Carter, and he was 15 years old when Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon died. In fact, Carter says he cleaned the blood off the floor when it was done. He cut a plea deal to testify against Brice Rhodes, and today told the jury how the murders all came down to a vote.
And you heard or saw the gun go off?
Saw it.
Juan Carter took the witness stand on day 2 of the Brice Rhodes murder trial. He's describing the moments he said he saw Brice Rhodes kill Christopher Jones in 2016. Carter said he was following the car Rhodes was in when he shot Jones.
His arm was dangling.
Inside the same car as Rhodes was one other person, and teen brothers Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. Prosecutors argued Rhodes believed the brothers told their family about Jones's murder. And a few weeks later, Rhodes allegedly murdered the two brothers after an argument broke out in Rhodes' home.
Maurice grabbed a knife, took it from me, he smacked him.
Carter says that's when the brothers were taken into a bathroom, and the people inside Rhodes' home took a vote.
What's this vote on?
They should die or not.
If they should die or not? Who's calling the vote?
Brice.
Carter says he was the only one to vote no, but they moved forward. He says Rhodes stabbed Gordon to death first. Then Rhodes stabbed Ordway in similar manners.
Okay, when you say he had the belt, what do you mean?
His hands was already tied behind his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth?
He got the sock when it was his turn.
Carter admitted he and one other person also stabbed Ordway. Once dead, Carter says he helped others take the teens' bodies to Rhodes' car in bins. That is when Rhodes allegedly drove the teens' bodies to West Louisville and burned them. Carter says he stayed back to clean the blood from the carpet. He took Gordon's shoes and phones and later received a call from the boy's mother. He told her they were not available. And during cross-examination, the defense accused Carter of telling several lies to police following the murders. Carter did acknowledge that, but said he eventually told this story. And Carter got a break and was released from custody on the boy's murder in 2019. He then moved to Florida and violated his probation several times and ended up back behind bars.
And just awful details coming out in court today. Katrina, thank you.
Yeah, horrible. Anna, how you doing? Okay, they should be back already. See what's going on around here. Because she said 5 to 1. Unless I heard wrong. Anna, have you heard of this case? Let me tell you, this guy is worse than Daryl Brooks and Taylor Business. They're back.
I don't know.
Judge, where are the exhibits from yesterday?
They are in a storage room just right outside here. And later today, these will be moved there as well.
I think we may need to reference some of those
Today?
today. I wasn't sure if some of the, I'm not sure who you're calling. So depending on,
It's fine. When John comes back in, we can talk to him about it and he can get it.
I think just the photos, so it'd be pretty quick.
Okay.
Did it? Yeah, I didn't think it would.
All 50 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Debbie, would you mind to come up? We wanted to talk to you about some photos we might need. Does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admonition? All right, I'll wait just a moment for them to get those items. Thank you. Is Commonwealth ready to call their next witness?
Yes, the Commonwealth Scott Doyle.
Thank you. Hi there, good afternoon. You can come right up here to the witness stand. And I will have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourselves to the jury.
My name is Jeffrey Scott Doyle.
And where did you work?
I was employed by the Kentucky State Police Forensic Laboratory from 1979 through 2019. I retired in October 2019.
Are you still retired?
I am.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So in 2016, obviously you were at the lab.
Mhm.
Did you receive some evidence in this case?
I did.
And is this noted with a certain laboratory number so that you can track what you're about to talk about?
That's correct. Every case submitted to the laboratory was assigned a unique lab number. Each item of evidence was assigned a unique item number, and that was all tracked through the system and to keep everything organized.
In this case, before we get to this case, what sort of things did you do at the lab?
Well, primarily I was in firearms. My job as a firearms examiner also included looking at things like tire and shoe prints that's related to this case. It was all a form of comparative analysis. So in firearms, we're looking at bullets and cartridge casings and comparing those microscopically to samples from a gun that may have been submitted. In addition to that, shoe and tire print identification is a form of comparative analysis. So we're looking for both class characteristics and individual characteristics that may exist on a known item that may have transferred to, say, through your shoe prints or through your tire prints. And so that comparative analysis was a part of my job that I did for basically 40 years.
And did you receive training and continuing education to do that?
I did. Early on, back in 1979, I was trained at the Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfurt to be a firearms and tool mark examiner. That included training from the FBI, gun manufacturers, other forms of training. I was a distinguished member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners, and which we had an annual training seminar that I attended most of the time. And so, yes, there was ongoing training, as well as we had peer review. So every case we worked was reviewed by another examiner. The results were examined. So there was extensive amount of training early, but then there's a lot of on the job, just working cases as well during that course of 40 years.
Did you receive a number of items of evidence in this case?
I did.
How does the lab get the evidence?
The lab would receive the evidence from the Louisville Police Department Evidence Technicians Unit. So whenever something happened, the evidence technicians would go out, they'd collect the evidence, they would package it, they would organize it, and then they would submit it to the laboratory for examination, and then I would conduct my examinations.
In this case, did you receive 2 tire imprint casts?
I did.
What is a tire imprint cast?
Well, the technicians would go out, and at the crime scene, they may see a tire imprint in the ground. And to preserve that and to record it and to collect it, they would mix plaster, a plaster substance. There's different types, but they would pour that into that imprint that was in the ground, let it harden, and then they would collect that. It would, after it hardened, they would pull it up and they would submit that to the laboratory, and they would have the negative image of that imprint. And then that would be used to compare to any, if they had tires, let's say if we're talking about tires, it would be compared to any tire samples they may have, or if it's shoes, they would be compared to any shoe samples they may have.
Did you also receive 2 shoe imprint casts from this case? And what did they provide you with to help you analyze the imprints?
Well, they had taken pictures from my report. I can see that there was a compact disc of pictures that they had taken of tires that were on a vehicle, I believe. And there's photos and five printed photos from the scene. They also printed out 5 pictures from pictures that were on the CD. And then there were a number of shoes that they submitted. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pairs of shoes that were submitted.
Okay. Did you analyze all of this?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to make some conclusions?
I was, some conclusions and not.
Okay. So, let's go through them one by one. So is it the case that you have lab numbers and there's also numbers provided from the crime scene unit on your report here?
There are,
okay.
Yeah, there are, yes.
So we'll start with your item 52, which would be CSU item 2, 1 tire cast imprint. What, and I guess it's the same thing so we'll go to item 53, which is CSU item 3, the other tire imprint. What were you able to determine?
Well, as it related to both of those imprints, my items 52 and 53, I determined that the pictures on the CD of tires, I couldn't make a determination one way or another. I couldn't eliminate those tires as having made those imprints, but I couldn't identify them either. Class characteristics are something we look at first. We'll see if the same basic pattern is there. So the same basic pattern was there, but in tires, it's very difficult to identify a tire specifically to a tire imprint, because tires will wear and they develop they don't develop very good unique characteristics for us to look at. So in looking at those imprints, and a round tire is very light. If you were to roll out that imprint, it would be about 6 feet long if you rolled it all the way out flat. So just capturing one small imprint that was made, you don't know where on that tire it may have been made. So it could have been at the top or bottom or whatever. So my conclusions were that it was basically inconclusive. I couldn't say whether the pictures of the tires that were submitted, that those tires made those imprints, but I couldn't eliminate them as well.
And was, because we've heard about a number of cars, does it list what specific type of car this is on your report?
It says they were off of a Mazda 3.
Moving on to the shoe imprints. For 54, your number 54, which would be CSU 6, were you able to determine anything about that item?
Again, item 54, it says on my report here that there was an inconclusive comparison again to shoes contained in item 62. So I couldn't identify or eliminate item 62 shoes as having made that imprint. The same basic pattern existed, but there was a lack of individual characteristics present in the imprint for me to make an identification to that particular pair of shoes. The other shoes were eliminated, it appears.
And item 62, is that CSU 133?
It is.
Okay. What about your item 55, which is CSU 9, the other shoe imprint cast?
It appears that that particular imprint let me make sure I get this right here. Okay, so I couldn't identify the two imprints as being made by the same shoe. And then I couldn't on item 55, it was not made by any of the pairs of shoes that were submitted. So it was a different pattern present in that imprint that did not match any of the shoes submitted.
Okay. So to summarize, the tires could not be identified or eliminated. One shoe, same, not identified or eliminated. The other shoe print eliminated.
Eliminated, okay. Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Doyle, good afternoon. I just want to be clear that you could not positively identify the tire tracks at the scene as being from the blue Mazda 3, correct?
That's correct.
And you could not positively identify or match any of the shoes that were given to you to the shoe prints at the scene. Is that correct?
There was one pair of shoes that I couldn't eliminate. The others I eliminated.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for being here. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Who would the Commonwealth like to call next?
I'm going to come on Coach Corey Taylor.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, you can come right up here to the witness stand. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury? And sir, if you lean closer to the microphone and speak louder, we need to be able to hear you.
Corey Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, how are you connected to this case?
You need to answer the question. Sir, you need to answer the question.
Sir, did you know Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know them?
These are my friends.
They were your friends? Did you know or do you know Anwan Carter? And I know that you're nodding, but we have to be able to hear you. So if you could say yes or no as appropriate. Did you know Anwan?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
He's my cousin.
He's your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that on your mom's side or dad's side?
My mom's side.
Did you know Brice Rhodes?
You must answer the question. You don't want to approach. Come on up here, sir.
What the heck was that about? Who is that kid? Did they say, is he a friend to the 14 and the 16-year-old? Well,
we're going to take a short break. Need about 10 minutes. If you all could come back at 1:30, please.
All rise for the jury.
Look at him. Look at him stare him down. Boy. Okay.
Mr. Taylor, you can have a seat in the witness chair again.
Judge, I'm not trying to overstep. I wasn't sure if he had counsel and if we needed anything like that. I know.
I mean, I'm just going to talk to him about how he has to answer.
Judge, I don't think he's being deliberately a problem. I think he is.
He's crying.
I understand that, but we still have to have some kind of an answer. It can be yes, no, I don't know, I don't remember, but you can't sit there and not answer the question. Do you understand? Mr. Taylor, I'm speaking to you. Please look at me. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you all approach, please?
Wow. I don't know what to think. He does not want to say he knows the defendant. Okay, I mean, look at him. I mean, who knows if this guy here, Brice, has other victims? I mean, what happened to his head? I can't figure it out. It looked like he was in a fire. Yeah, he can't even look over to him, and he did have tears in his eyes. I mean, maybe you can't see it on your phone, but I have him on my big screen. He hasn't looked over at him yet. Oh, you think you? I don't know, because I've been looking on the internet, to find out what's wrong with his head, and no one's talked about it yet, anyways. But me, I want to know. I want to know what happened. Uh-oh. It's going to start crying again. Maybe they should get a new witness up there and let this kid get his emotions together. I don't know. I feel sorry for people that cry, that's all. Oh, come on. We don't get to hear nothing? That ain't fair. A tear was rolling down his left eye. See, I think I would have a hard time doing that also, because you know you are on nationwide TV. Sidebar. Grandma said it. Sidebar. Let's see. Why can't I see the chat? All right. I got to find out how old that Brice guy is. I'm thinking in his 20s. I'm not 100%. I just found out about this case yesterday.
Since the jury's not in here, I can talk to you about this. So the attorney that had previously represented you no longer is with the public defender's office, but they're going to send an attorney over for you just in case you need somebody to talk to while you're here. Okay.
Ah. Interesting. Why does he need an attorney?
All right. Whenever the jurors are back, we can get started again. Don't get the pictures you needed. Like good. Get the pictures you needed. Okay. I was trying to figure out how to get the J cup into here. And I guess what I have to do is switch it over manually when you're using it. But I've been just switching it to overall presentation so the screen would show. Okay.
17 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Nelson. Ms. Jones-Brown, you can proceed.
I guess he's got
Mr. Taylor, how old are you?
25. 25.
Thank you. How old were you in 2016?
17.
So when you were 17 years old, you were friends with Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were cousins with Anwan Carter. I guess you are cousins with him. Were you running around with your cousin Anwan?
Yeah.
Did you all four hang out?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you know Larry and Maurice? How did you meet them?
I met through one of my cousins, Antoine.
You met them through your cousin Antoine? And how is Antoine related to Anwan?
oh,
They brothers.
They're brothers.
Antoine is
Did you all hang out with more people?
No, it was just usually us.
Okay. What sort of stuff would you do?
Females, chill, party, stuff like that.
Where did you go to school?
Went to Lassiter. I went to Butler High School.
Where'd you say?
I went to Lassiter Middle, and I went to Butler High School.
Butler High School? So did you go to school with any of them?
Now my cousin Antoine did. That's how I met him. They went to school together, and they came to my granny's house one day.
What neighborhood did you live in back then?
I lived in the South with my cousin.
What do you mean by the South?
South there, like by Olmsted Middle School, all boys school. You know, in the
Is
South
that where
there.
they all went to school?
Yeah, they all went to school there.
So you would hang out with them after school?
Yeah.
Were you and Anwan friends when you were little kids?
No, not really. I mean, he just my cousin's like blood brother, so I looked at him as like a brother too.
So you were closer to Antoine at first than Anwan, is that what you're saying?
Antoine, me and Antoine grew up together. His mama is my mama's sister. She passed away, Stacy. She passed away, so me and Antoine, we've been tight since I was young.
And was Anwan his little brother? At some point, did anybody in that group introduce you to Brice Rhodes?
Maurice and Larry.
Maurice and Larry did?
Mhm.
About how long did you know Maurice and Larry before they died?
About 4 years.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
About how long did you know Brice Rhodes?
I don't remember.
Had you known him, would you say weeks, months, or years before the murders?
I don't remember.
Okay. Years?
Probably about, it wasn't that long though. It wasn't no year.
Wasn't no year?
No.
And you met him through, I believe you said Maurice and Larry?
Hmm.
Okay. What sort of things would you all do with him?
No. Just chill. Really.
Would he take you all out
Time to time.
from time to time? Did he take you all out to eat?
Time to time.
Did he buy you all stuff?
Time to time.
Sure.
okay. I'm not 100% allegedly here. Antoine, I think, that was the co-defendant that testified against Brice. I could be wrong. But I kind of wondering why getting a public defender coming there. Would you be afraid of that guy, that Brice guy?
How often would you all hang out with him?
Like, I hung with M1 more than anybody, and Maurice and Larry more than anybody. So I can't say how many times we hung together, or how often, but it was often, but it wasn't more than I hung with them two and M1.
Could you? I'm so sorry, but I could not hear all of that. If you could lean closer and.
We hung with them sometimes, but I mean, it was mostly me, Maurice and Larry, and M1. It wasn't, you know.
So it was mostly you four, sometimes him.
Yeah.
How old was he, if you recall?
Who?
Mr. Rhodes.
I don't know.
Was he older than you?
Older than us.
Did you all ever? Well, anytime you hung out with him, were they there? Your friends there too? Or did you ever hang out with him, just you and him?
It was mostly just me, him, and Maurice and Larry and Butter. And
Okay, and I believe you just said Butta. What is?
it's Amwan.
That's Amon's nickname.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask the attorneys to come up. Mr. Fraccio, would you mind to come up too?
You watch. Defense is going to destroy him on the stand. So, okay, from my understanding, he is wearing cuffs that will shock him on his wrist. Look at the, what is duct tape doing on that door? Come on now. Oh, that's a public or the public pretender.
Sure.
Thanks so much. Sorry for the interruption.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, I want to turn to the May 4th incident.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, leading up to May 4th of 2016, can you tell us what happened?
I ain't got nothing to say. I respect what y'all doing here, but I ain't got nothing to say about the incident.
Well, that's not true, right? You don't want to. Right? But you do have something to say. Can you please tell the jury about the May 4th incident? Can you tell the jury what happened the night Christopher Jones was shot on 41st Street? Sir, I know it's hard. Mr. Taylor, were you on 41st Street the night Christopher Jones was shot?
I ain't got nothing to say.
On May 4th, 2016, were you in a car on 41st Street?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, do you understand this is a court
Yes, ma'am.
and that witnesses get sworn in and that they answer questions? You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I ain't
You
got
understand that you have information that the jury needs about this case, right? Do you understand that? Do you want me to ask it in smaller questions? Does that help better? Mr. Taylor, were you with those people that you have just talked about? Maurice, Larry, Anwan, and Brice Rhodes on May 4th, 2016? Just answer that question. Were you with them that night? May 3rd into May 4th, 2016. So there are three answers you could give to that question. You could say, yes, I was with them. No, I wasn't with them, or I don't remember. What is your answer to that question? Mr. Taylor, do you remember a conversation that you had with Detective Tonelli about this incident? And we're going to need you to say an answer. It could be yes, no, or I don't remember.
Yep.
What is wrong with this kid? At least say, I don't know. You're in a courtroom. How disrespectful. However, I'm not in his shoes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to speak with this witness outside of your presence. I ask you to come back again, and we'll just say 2 o'clock. Take 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
John, can we lock the courtroom door for a moment? Does anybody want to leave for a minute? I'm going to lock the door for a moment.
Providing him with his fair copy, Judge, in the hearing.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to give you some time to talk to Mr. Ferraccio, who is here at my request as your attorney. But let me say this. When a question is asked of you, you can answer it yes, no, or I don't remember. And if you want to, you can explain more beyond that. But simply not answering will result in me holding you in contempt of court and putting you in jail likely. Additionally, it could open you up to other consequences, such as your prior plea deal being taken away and all of the charges against you being reinstated. Now, I do not care how you answer, but you will either answer or remain in the jail. Mr. Ferraccio, I'll give you some time to speak with him now.
He's not in custody.
Yeah, he's not in custody.
Where should we go?
Yep.
Conference.
Conference room. Yeah, John, I'm sorry. The outer door is the one we'll need to secure.
No, I meant you already got called up. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No, I just meant.
I mean, that is what it is. I'm having flashbacks to the Hammond trial. When I didn't impeach on them.
By the way, which is I don't know. Yes, no, I don't remember, and I don't know.
Okay. I'll let him say that.
All right.
In the context though of were you with him, I feel like that would have been a sensible answer.
That's not what I'm trying to figure out. This is not what I expected.
No, me either, because this is not how it was 5 seconds before this started.
No, I'm okay with mints. Right now. I made a drink back there.
Lilana, you want to come out here with us a minute, Brian?
should be locked.
That's great. They have the courtroom doors locked, but look at over here. It's duct tape. There's duct tape there. Why is that?
Doesn't have to, but she can. Okay.
I seriously want to know what's going on with his head. Have you ever seen a victim of a fire? That's what it looks like to me. The scarring. Because I've noticed in other never mind. Sidebar. Just like Grandma says, sidebar. Look at how he's holding that bottle. You watch, he's gonna throw it at somebody. Allegedly. Hi, Miss Barbara. Uh-oh. Why is
Are either of you Tyler Childers fans?
Nala?
You a Tyler Childers fan, Brian?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you know who Tyler Childers is? Are you Tyler Childers fans? Are you a Tyler Childers fan? Okay, cool. Not then.
Are you a Draymond Green fan?
Hey, Grandma, do you see the duct tape on that door right there? Why do they have duct tape on there? For an easier exit out of the courtroom because of his behaviors. And StreamYard is 20 seconds behind, by the way. So I take it that guy was around that night. I think he took a plea deal. Oh, hold on, my son is messaging me.
If the jurors are here, we're ready. Oh, where's Mr. Griffiths? Stepped in. Oh, here he is.
Oh, Judge, may the Commonwealth have permission to lead?
Do you all want to talk about it, or are you okay with that?
Let's talk about it for a second, Judge.
Okay, come on up. Hang on just a second.
Sure.
He's going to say all rise for the jury. It's good. They can come on in.
So pretty much this kid's probably going to get contempt of court charges, huh? Allegedly.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Ms. Jones Brown, you can pick up where you left off.
Okay, Mr. Taylor. Returning to May 4th, 2016, were you there when Christopher Jones was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Rear or lead? Are you in a vehicle?
I was in the back seat.
Backseat of a vehicle?
Mhm.
Whose car was it?
It was Brice.
What color was the car?
Blue Mazda.
Mazda?
Mhm.
Who was driving?
Brice.
Who was next to Maurice in the front?
Larry.
Who was in the back?
Brice.
Were you behind Maurice or Larry?
I was behind Larry.
And the defendant was behind Maurice?
Mhm.
So driver's side rear?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you, oh, was Anwan there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Anwan?
He was behind us in the truck.
What truck was he in?
He was in the truck he had that day. He was following us.
He followed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how he got the truck? Was it a truck that he had long term?
Nah, just for short term that day. Just for that day.
He showed up in the truck that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did y'all go to 41st Street?
Looking for somebody.
Who were you looking for?
I don't know.
Did you ever know specifically who you were looking for?
We never knew. We just went along with it.
Who knew? Who was the person who knew?
Brice.
Sorry.
Brice.
Did he tell you all who he was looking for?
No.
But did he tell you why he was looking for someone?
Something about a price on their head or something like that.
Somebody with a price on their head. What does that mean?
Somebody with a price on their head, like looking for him.
Does that mean that somebody else is going to pay if this person gets killed?
It means the person who did it would get paid.
The person who did it gets paid? Okay. How did you all know that there was somebody with a price on his head?
Brice told us about it.
Did he tell you all about this before that night or that night?
No, it was at night.
Did you, okay, so you're all driving down 41st Street, you're in the back seat, Anwan following, what happens?
Rode around. Maurice rode around and stopped the car. And he seen somebody in the middle of the street. And Brice told him to get out the street. Shot him.
Who shot him?
Brice.
Brice Rhodes shot him. So you're in the passenger side rear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were you all, was the person who got shot on the other side of the street from you all?
He was on.
You don't know? It's probably an unclear question. Was the fellow on the sidewalk or in the street?
Street.
Okay. Was he crossing the street or what was he doing?
He may have been crossing the street. He was in the street, but he may have been crossing the street, but he was in the middle of the street.
Did Mr. Rhodes shoot him with a gun? I know that's obvious, but just to be clear, it was with a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was it?
9mm.
How did he get the gun?
Got it from me.
Where did you get the gun?
A friend of mine.
How long had you had the gun?
I didn't have it a day.
You didn't have it a day, so you got it that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you get the gun?
My own protection.
And how did Mr. Rhodes end up with it?
He was with me that night. was with all of us at night. He told us that somebody had a price on their head, so he wanted the gun. So I gave him the gun.
Could you describe how he shot Mr. Jones?
He pulled up and he was in the street. I just remember that he shot him. I don't really remember. I just know he said, "Get out the street," or something like that, and he shot him.
And were you sitting next to Brice Rhodes when he shot Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Mr. Jones at all?
None of us did.
Had you ever seen him before?
Nah, I ain't never seen him dead in my life.
Did you ever find out if he, in fact, was the person with the price on his head?
Judge, we would object.
I'll sustain it. You want to approach?
No, I can rephrase. How did you feel about this situation?
I was young. I just went along with it, to be honest with you. We all did, you know what I'm saying? Kind of, just,
I'm sorry, what was the last thing?
we just went along with it.
Did Mr. Rhodes, to your knowledge, did he ever show up with money from this price on the head business?
No, ma'am.
After the shooting, what did you all do?
We went to Maurice and Larry's house.
Did all 5 of you go or just some of you?
We all went.
Okay. What happened at their house?
We didn't really talk about much. We just basically just told us not to tell nobody. That was it that I remember.
Okay. Did you all discuss it later amongst yourselves?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we ain't never seen nobody like get shot, you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna lie, we was all scared, you know what I mean? It wasn't just them two, we was all scared, you know what I'm saying? Maurice, Larry, all of us, we was scared, man.
You were scared?
Yeah, we was young, you know what I'm saying? We didn't really, we just went along with it.
Did you all, any of you, discuss this prior to May 21st?
Yeah, me and Maurice did. And Larry. He told me he wasn't messing with Brice anymore because of the situation.
Judge, I'm going to object to your side.
Did Brice Rhodes say anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he say anything about Larry and Maurice?
Just said that he can't mess with them no more because they told their mom about the situation and he feared they would say something to the police.
So he believed they told their mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does he mean that you can't mess with them?
No,
What did you? I know you don't know, but what did you understand that to mean?
Judge, we object to speculation.
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he thought should happen?
He feared they would tell him, so he was saying we can't mess with them no more. We got to get him back for telling them. That's all I remember.
Get him back for telling?
Yes,
Did he say anything more specific?
Not really, not that I remember.
Do you remember talking to Detective Tonelli about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if you saw a transcript of your conversation that might help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach your honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you page 10. About that specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help refresh your memory? What did he tell you he wanted to do to them?
So we gotta kill him.
At that time, did you believe him?
Shocked. I mean, I didn't know what to believe, to be honest, because of the Chris situation. I didn't really know. I just what it, I don't really know.
Where were you when he said this?
As I remember, it was just we was in the car one day. I don't remember what day. I don't remember what day. I just remember we was in the car and he was telling me this because Maurice was scared. You know what I'm saying? Like he was scared that he was gonna tell or whatever. So he was telling me that.
Judge, it's difficult for me to hear the answer, but I believe it's a mix of hearsay and non-hearsay. So we object to the hearsay part.
Sustain.
Let's move on to, well, in this time period, were there days when you saw Maurice and Larry?
Yeah, we was still with him every day after that.
Okay.
Me and Amon was.
Were there days that you saw Brice Rhodes?
Yeah, at times, not often.
Okay. Tell us about May 21st, which I believe would have been that Saturday.
I remember riding around with my cousin Q. Me and Amon was riding around with Q that day.
So Q is the nickname of your another cousin?
That's my cousin.
So Q and Anwan and you were in a car?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you all doing?
Just riding around, females. Q had a girlfriend. We were just riding around. I was calling Maurice and we was calling Larry because we was trying to go back to their house that day. And just kept calling and stuff like that because we usually we'll go out, we'll be out that day, and like at the time I really didn't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? So
Where were you living then?
house to house.
House to house?
Different friends' house.
What was going on with your? Did you typically live with your mom or your dad?
I had issues with my family.
Okay. So did you? How long had it? Well, when you were really little, did you live with your mom or your dad or both?
My mom, for the most part. My dad got killed.
At that time, were you living with your mom?
Yeah, I was living with my mom off and on. That's the reason why I was bouncing from house to house because I didn't know where to stay at the time.
Okay. Okay, so you had a cousin Q who was driving you around that day with Anwan. Was he also Anwan's cousin, or was it the other side of the family?
Q didn't really look at him as a cousin, but you could say that because Antoine, which is Anwan's brother, is Q's cousin too. That's my mama's sister.
Okay.
So we was all cousins anyway.
So do Anwan and Antoine have different moms or dads?
They got different moms, same dad.
Okay. So Antoine was your all's cousin and he was Anwan's brother.
Mm-hmm.
So you are related to Anwan through that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. So you're riding around with Q. What happens?
Calling I was calling Reese, calling him back to back, trying to see. We was trying to go over there that night. Something as I remember, I said that Maurice actually he called me and let me know he was. I forget at the time. No, I'm sorry about that. Rephrase that. I called him to go over there, and we finally went over there. They was gone. Me and Butter went over. They was gone. And
So you went to the house where they lived with their mom
yes, ma'am.
over by Iroquois Park,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And they were not there. Okay.
And I was confused because he told me after Maurice telling me that he wasn't hanging with him no more and fooling with Brice no more. I was confused of why he was still with him and why they was still, with Brice after the situation with Chris. So I went there to spend the night. Me and Butter did, and we got there. Their cousin answered the door, and they wasn't there. They wasn't there that night. And, when we left, we kept calling Maurice's cell phone. I called Brice's cell phone, and I was like, "Where Maurice and Larry at?" And he said that they right here and stuff like that. And Maurice was in the background, and Larry's in the background partying. There's people over there. I just thought everything was fine at that point. I didn't really think nothing like back when you asked me like was he serious? You know what I'm saying? Like about doing that to them. I mean, at that point, I didn't think he was serious no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't really think nothing of it. I thought he was just gonna let him live. We was all gonna be cool. Stuff like that. I didn't really think he really gonna do that. I thought we was just gonna party. So I insisted on going anyway, even though Q and Anwan told me not to go. I insisted because I ain't had nowhere to go. Q and Anwan really could have went to their family. Me, I just wanted somewhere to stay at night. I ain't really wasn't thinking about hurting nobody or nothing like that. We wasn't thinking like that. Anwan didn't want to go. My cousin didn't want me to go, but I insisted on going anyway.
So you went to get someplace to stay?
Yes, ma'am. So we went to Brice's apartment that night. My cousin Q dropped me off. He dropped me and Anwan off.
Why didn't Q go?
Q didn't want me to go anyway. Q didn't really fool. He didn't really fool too much with Brice anyway. He didn't want me around him, so that's why he didn't really want me to go. And, we went that day. As I remember, it was people in the house. I believe a female and two guys, a female and a guy, as I remember. So and they was drinking. Everything was cool at that point. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just in the house, chilling. And I remember two other people being there, and I'd never seen them before. Mia, M1. Never seen them before.
Were Maurice and Larry there when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it was Maurice. Tell me if I get this right. Maurice, Larry, Brice Rhodes, a female, and two dudes you'd never seen before. Okay. And so at first everything's cool.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did everything stay cool?
Everything was cool until we was all drinking and we was all just there, and I didn't know the other two people that was there, the two gentlemen was there. So I'm really confused at that point. I didn't really we just partying, we kicking it, and then I remember that Brice said he asked Maurice, "Are you telling on me?" or something like that. Are you telling on me? Are you telling on me? Or something like that. Something like that. I just remember that part or something like that. He was asking questions and stuff like that. And Maurice had said something to me, and we was kind of arguing. We got into a dispute. And as I remember, that was before Brice had asked him, "Are you telling on me?" It had nothing to do about, the situation. Me and Maurice just got into a dispute over the fact, like, we was all drinking, we was partying and stuff like that, and stuff kind of, you know what I'm saying? So he asked him, like, "Are you telling on me?" And he kind of denied it, like, "Nah, I ain't doing that," stuff like that. At that point, he said we gotta violate him and stuff like that. I didn't understand. He just wanted, like, he just said violate him. And then, as I remember, before that, I just remember Maurice picked up a knife on me or whatever, and Brice had grabbed the knife from Maurice, and that's when he hit him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him.
So he hit who?
He hit Maurice.
And who is the one doing the hitting?
He hit Maurice because he picked up a knife on me.
But I'm sorry, just to be clear, who hit Maurice?
Brice.
Okay. Was the female still present at this point?
Female? No, everybody left. The female left because it was too many dudes there. As I recall, like, it was too many dudes at that point, so she left, and the other two people stayed, and Butter was there, and Maurice and Larry was there. But after that, he kind of, like, he didn't really go at me with the knife. He did, but he didn't. It was aggressive, so he hit him. Brice hit Maurice and made him put the knife. He grabbed the knife from him, and that's when he assisted on doing what he did.
Okay, so everything's cool. You and just tell me if I'm getting this timeline right. You and Maurice kind of get into a little argument.
Yes,
I mean, did you think it was a serious argument?
Now we've been into it before, and next day we right back. Right back good. So I didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think to do it in that, no matter.
Okay.
Make it was that serious to even, you know what I'm saying?
So when he pulled the knife, were you scared?
At that point, we all confused. You know what I'm saying?
No, I meant when Maurice pulled the knife.
I just kind of, I remember lunging, like,
Pardon?
I remember jumping back, like lunging back, like, you know what I'm saying?
And so at that point, Maurice pulls the knife. Mr. Rhodes takes the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said he hit him, was it a slap or a punch? Or what? Describe it however you remember it.
I don't remember. I know it was either slap or a punch. I just know he hit him, and he took the knife from him.
Where were you all in the apartment?
It was in the living room.
And was everybody standing, sitting?
So, we were standing at that point. Everybody was standing around.
Okay, so after the punch or hit, I'll say hit, is all this happening before or after he started talking about the violating?
I just know that he said we gotta violate him or something, violate them or violate him.
And is that after he hit him?
After he hit him, because
I'm just trying to get the timing. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he says, so is that like disciplining?
Yes, violate whatever he was planning on doing. Violate somebody.
When he said that, what happened next?
He said something about, he told me to Brice had told me to he said I want you to violate him. I was scared, so I'm like, what you mean? He said it. He's like, I want you to punch him in his chest, and if you hit him in his face, I'm gonna hit you. He told me it's my reach. I just remember he had me punching him. He said stop, and something like that. And he had I thought everything was fine at that point until he said we gotta tie him up. We gotta tie him up or something like that. As I remember, it's been a while, so I just remember certain detail like that. You know what I'm saying? That I can remember. But I just remember that he said we gotta tie him up, and tied him up, and pinned him down. He stabbed Maurice, and he
Who stabbed Maurice?
Brice did.
Okay. Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up?
I don't really remember. I just remember that he was tied up and
Okay, who did the tying?
Brice did. And somebody else that was there. I don't really remember. I just know he was tied up and he had a sock in his mouth and he pinned him down and he began stabbing him. He made anyone stab him too.
Where did you see where he was stabbing him?
Man, stomach, chest, stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot. I don't really remember.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on?
I mean, what can you do?
Who was in the room while this was happening?
Yeah, it was me, Brice, two other people, and my Reese's. He's pretty much fighting, trying to, he made N1 stab him, and once N1 stabbed him, he kind of moved him to the door. He just had me standing there.
You were standing by the door?
He, two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there when we got there, so I'm thinking that, you know what I'm saying? In my mind, couldn't do nothing but stand there, worrying if somebody's gonna do something to us for, trying to interrupt anything. So he went to he kind of took my Reese to the door. I don't really remember who, but I just remember he going to the door, and Larry was in the bathroom. He made Larry come out, and the same thing happened to Larry. And once he did Larry, he made me stab Larry.
So I'm sorry to make you talk through this again, but I want to just get the picture of where everybody is. While Maurice was being stabbed, where was Larry?
He was in the bathroom.
How did Larry get to the bathroom?
The other two people put him in there.
Did Larry want to go to the bathroom?
They made him.
Could you hear Larry in the bathroom?
I don't really remember. I just know he was in the bathroom until Maurice was pulled out the living room.
After you said Brice Rhodes stabbed Maurice a lot of times, and then he made Anwan stab him.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Maurice stopped moving at that point?
I don't really remember, ma'am. I just know that he pulled him to the side and made Larry come out next.
How did he pull him to the side?
Put him by the door.
Was Maurice walking, or was he down on the ground?
He was down.
And did he drag him to the door or carry him to the door? Do you know?
I just remember he was can I grab a tissue? I just remember he grabbed him to the door. He slid him to the door. I don't know, man. And Larry came out. I just know he had somebody watching the door to make sure it wasn't nobody coming in the house.
When Larry came out, could he was he were his eye? I mean, could he see what happened to his brother, or were his eyes covered?
Not that I remember.
You can't remember? Okay. So let's walk through what happened to Larry. I'm sorry, but how did it start? Was he tied up?
Same thing. I just remember that. I remember him trying to break free, and he pinned him down and began stabbing him. And then after he was down, he had me the knife and made me stab him as well.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab Larry?
I don't recall. I don't really remember. I just know that he stabbed him.
To your knowledge, was Larry, did he appear alive when you were stabbing him?
No, man.
How many times did you stab him?
Just once or twice. After the fact,
Did Brice Rhodes say anything about why he was making you stab Larry?
I mean, not really. I just know once we was in it, There was no, we involved pretty much. We there. We just, so we just, I feel like we just as guilty as we there. Couldn't do nothing though. I mean, I was scared. I was scared. I don't know. I just know couldn't really save him.
Did the other two guys participate in the stabbing in any way other than restraint?
Yeah, after the fact they was already down. He made them stab him as well.
Did you know these two guys at all?
Never seen him. Only part, me and Anwan never seen him. I believe Maurice and Larry knew the other two guys, but we didn't know him.
Were you later able to give a description of either of them to Detective Sinelli?
Like brown skin or light skin or something like that, as far as I can remember.
So you described one of them as light skinned and one of them as darker skinned?
It was light skin.
Okay.
Brown skin, light skin.
Did you have anything else to go on? After Larry was down, what happened to his body?
The same thing. He moved him to the side of the door. He made us put him in like laundry totes or something like that.
Laundry totes? When they were, to back up 1 second, when they were in the living room, were they just on the carpet or was there anything down on the carpet? Like when they were kneeling down, if you recall, was it just that they were on the carpet or was there a blanket down or anything, sheets, anything?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So you all put them in laundry totes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we talking like laundry hampers, like you would carry your
Yes,
laundry
ma'am.
down the steps in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, they're in laundry totes. Now what happens?
He made. I just remember. He made us carry. He made all of us carry him to the car.
And which car was that?
The blue Mazda.
Did you all put them in the Mazda?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the bodies go? Like what part of the car?
It was either the back seat or it was the trunk. I don't really remember. I just know that he took the blue Mazda.
Okay. Did you all get in the car after that?
No, me and Anwan actually stayed back. He told us don't go nowhere. He made us clean up.
How did you clean up?
I told Anwan, we gotta pretty much gotta get out of here. And we gotta use bleach. We gotta use bleach to get this up. We just cleaned it. We cleaned it up with bleach.
What happened next?
Cleaned up until he got back.
He got back?
Yes, ma'am.
By he, who are we talking about?
Brice.
And did he come back alone?
Yes, ma'am.
did he tell you what happened to the bodies?
Said that someone said it was burnt.
He said he burned them? Well, did he say who burned them?
No, man, he just said he dumped them in the backyard.
And he told you the bodies were burnt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you where he dumped them?
The West End somewhere.
West End?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was he satisfied with y'all's cleaning job?
I don't know.
Did you all clean more when he got back?
He was just trying to dispose of all the evidence, pretty much.
So what happened with that?
He made me and want to clean the blood. When he got back, he was disposing of evidence. So
What type of evidence?
it could have been clothes. It could have been, you said sheets. I don't really recall. I just know it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
Okay. Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
You said, why didn't we?
Why didn't you? While he was gone.
I was too scared, to be honest with you. I wasn't even in my right state of mind at that point. I mean, me personally, I never witnessed or seen nothing like that in my life. So, man, I don't know why we didn't leave, man. To be honest, I just know we was scared. We just went along. We just did what he told us to do.
So when he got back, and you all dealt with the evidence, what happened next?
I just remember riding around and getting dropped off, as far as I remember.
Where'd you get dropped off?
I know we went to a few spots, but I don't really remember the spots we went to. I just know we took us somewhere, and then I went home, and then he got dropped off somewhere. So, after that point, I went to my grandmother's house, and that was it.
Did you eventually, did you have a pair of black Timberlands?
Yeah, those.
Tell us about those.
Those was originally mine. Those are my boots that I got. I let Maurice have them at that time. I don't know if I had them on that day or the situation. I don't know if I had them on that day. I just know they had blood on them. And then everything that I had on, I just was trying to get rid of. Stuff like the only thing I had was the boots on. And I just remember putting them in a closet at my girlfriend's cousin's house. And I put them in a closet. And I kept them there. Until I was picked up by police.
Was that Monisha Anderson?
Hmm?
Monisha, was that her name? Your girlfriend's cousin?
Yeah, Monisha Anderson.
And was that on Liberty Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And after, were you arrested on this 3 days after it occurred?
I was arrested on May 25th after the 22nd. So, I was arrested and I knew they was coming for me, obviously. They already arrested Brice and Anwan, so I knew they was coming for me.
And that day, did you talk to Detective Tonelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell him what you just told the jury on May 25th?
Around that time, everything, my first statement, I didn't.
What sort of statement did you give at that time?
I just told him that I didn't know.
Why did you say that?
Scared. I didn't know. I just didn't want to say what was going on at that time. I I mean, be honest, I really didn't want. I didn't know what to say, man. I didn't know. I just didn't tell him everything. I just remember saying certain things. I didn't really tell him everything that was going on in the situation.
Later on, did you give a different statement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what had changed at that point?
Everything I just said, pretty much in the first one. Everything I just said.
Is this the true statement?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you receive some correspondence from Brice Rhodes? A letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So, so obviously Brice is older. These guys were kids. Oh, they're still kids to me, but he probably had them by stabbing them, like they said one time, maybe 2 times, to put in their head, well, you're part of this now. And, okay, he's kind of a dumb criminal, Brice. You cannot write anybody a letter. You can write somebody a letter in jail. However, this is his co-defendant. I know it's a bandage. There's something wrong with his head, though, in the back. Put it on the big screen, and you will see what I'm talking about. It looks like he's been in a fire. Yeah, look above the bandage. What is that? Yeah, Crossy's going to get destroyed, this kid, and it's going to be the guy, defense counsel, not the female. The color I've seen is, it doesn't look like hair, and they're like tan. It's like tan. He had dark hair. Who knows? Believe me, I'm on a mission to find out what's wrong with his head.
Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm just just going to go through these page by page before we talk about them with the jury, just to make sure that we have we know what we're talking about. All right, do you recognize this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you? Okay. And what about this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the fourth page.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he give these four to you at the same time or different times?
It was the same time.
Okay. Did you see him as he gave these to you? Like you physically got these from him?
No, I didn't physically get them from somebody. Gave them to me.
Okay. Did you see that all take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit these.
Judge, we would object and move and ask to approve.
Sure.
Well, and I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know. I heard maybe gang members, allegedly. So maybe this kid, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Gangs aren't cool. I wonder what his sentence or his plea deal was. So he was, how old was he? 16 years old? I'm not sure. I will find out though. Looks like he's trying to get his attention. What do you think? What do you think?
Mr. Taylor, did you recognize this as Brice Rhodes' handwriting?
I mean, I know it's past to me. I don't know if he writes like that or not. If that's what you're asking. I don't know if he writes like it or not.
Sir, was any of this, was killing Christopher Jones your idea?
That was none of our idea. It was brought to us.
It was brought to you? Whose idea was it?
Brice's idea.
Who shot Christopher Jones?
Brice.
Was killing Larry and Maurice your idea?
Oh no.
Whose idea was it?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Maurice Gordon?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Larry Ordway?
Brice.
Who told you to stab Larry Ordway?
Brice.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones Brown. Somebody need a break? Yeah. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back outside the doors. Well, let's just say 3:05.
All rise for the jury.
You need to use the restroom, Mr. Tyler? Okay. Oh, sure. I'm going to turn the white noise on.
Oh, come on. Why are they muting? I don't like that. Oh my God, he was 15 at the time? Oh man. That's too bad. That's why I said this Brice guy. I wonder if there's any other victims. Allegedly. And what is a grown man like that doing with teenagers? Duncan! You've been here the whole time? Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody is innocent till proven guilty. However, jury must be coming back in. Grandma, are your fingers getting tired yet?
I'm going to ask you some questions. I can tell you right now, it was hard for me to hear you sometimes before. So I'm going to ask if you can to lean a little bit over to the so everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a lot of things I need to ask you. And I'm going to ask you about a lot of the same topics that the prosecutor asked, but I have some different questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If my questions don't make sense, tell me. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, the prosecutor had transcripts because you talked to the police multiple times, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got them too. We can start off with some things we can agree about, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So,
See, look what he's doing to that kid. Taunting him.
you were definitely involved in these deaths.
How is the judge allowing this?
I was present. Yes, sir.
He should not be approaching the witness.
I really shouldn't call
Just
them.
saying.
I'm going to call them murders. You were involved in all three of these murders, right?
I was present.
Well, you don't really want to answer that question, right? Right?
If I was there,
That you were involved.
involved, if I was there, just as guilty, right?
In fact, you have not wanted to ever be in a courtroom talking about this, right?
No, sir.
You were hoping that you never get caught, right?
Yes, sir.
But you did, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about another thing that we agree about. The gun. The gun that you admitted when the prosecutor was questioning you, the 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you buy that?
Out in the home that night that happened.
Tell the jury where that home is.
Maurice and Larry's house.
You purchased that gun at Maurice and Larry's house.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You purchased it the night of the first murder.
Yes, sir.
Which room of the house were you in when you made that purchase?
No, I was downstairs.
I really couldn't hear that.
I was downstairs.
Was it in the living room, the kitchen, a bathroom?
You can say that.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I really couldn't understand that last.
Downstairs, I don't remember what room. I just know I was downstairs.
Okay. So you're saying it was downstairs, you just don't remember which room?
Mhm.
Okay. But you remember buying it. Was it with cash? Did you buy it with cash?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much?
Like $200-300.
Where'd you get the money?
I don't remember.
Who'd you buy it from?
It's a friend of mine.
Who?
It's a friend of mine that was there.
I understand that. I am asking you who the friend is.
He was kin to Brice and Larry. He was kin to Brice and Larry, and I bought the gun from him.
So you bought it from someone related to Maurice and Larry. I'm going to ask you again. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but you really haven't answered my question. Who sold you the gun at Maurice and Larry's house?
It was a friend of theirs. I know he was there that night.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I actually.
It's a friend of Brice and Larry's, and I bought the gun from him. He was there that night, and I bought the gun from him.
And folks knew you were there buying that gun.
Yeah, and one did. Brice and Larry did.
You said that it was the same day as the first murder. I'm not asking you exactly what time, but was it at nighttime?
It was at night.
So it was a few hours later that it was used in a murder.
Yes, sir.
You said to this jury today that you got it for your own personal protection.
Yes, sir.
That's because telling this jury you got that gun for a murder sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Doesn't sound good, right?
Doesn't sound good, but I didn't get it for that. I didn't purchase the gun for that. I purchased it for me, my own protection.
It wasn't used for your protection, was it?
Nah, I didn't have it long. I didn't have the gun long to even use it.
That's exactly where I
My
was
protection.
going. That's exactly where I was going next. And you got rid of that gun, right?
No,
You still got it.
gave it to Brice.
That gun was disposed of that same night, right?
Correct? That's right.
Your cousin, and one, right?
Mhm.
You call him Butta?
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You agree that he was in a truck the night of the first murder?
Yes, sir.
Pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
He was driving?
Yes, sir.
Stolen pickup truck?
Say that. It wasn't his. He was too young to drive.
I know your answer was you can say that.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You helped him steal.
No, sir.
That truck ended up getting burned, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Where did it get burned?
I don't remember.
You helped burn it.
Not to my knowledge. Not that I remember. Anyway, sorry. Not that I remember. I didn't help burn no truck. Not that I remember.
Your answer to whether or not you set fire to a stolen pickup truck is not that I remember?
I don't remember burning no truck. I didn't burn no truck.
Was it burned here in Jefferson County?
Yes, sir. In Louisville.
You know the county pretty well. Where was it?
In Louisville.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know where. I don't remember where, but I know it was in Louisville. Yes, sir. It was burnt in Louisville.
About when was it burnt?
Same day or the next day. I know it was after the Chris incident. I know it was burnt after that.
I noticed you have face tattoo.
Yes, sir.
Is it one or two right there?
It's one. It's a name.
Okay. And I'm not sure. Do you mind angling yourself just a little bit? I'm not trying to be a jerk. So the jury can see. What is the name there, sir?
My daddy. MDIP Corey. My daddy.
Okay. And you also have an additional tattoo that I can see on your neck, right?
Angel Wing. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to ask you about something else, okay?
Yes, sir.
You talked about today about the murders. When you first came in this room, you didn't want to answer those questions, right?
No, sir.
It's fair to say that this isn't the first time you have not answered those questions. That may be a bad question that I just asked, so I'm going to ask it different.
Okay.
When you spoke to the police, you didn't want to answer any questions about your involvement either, did you?
No, sir.
What you're saying today is that Larry and Maurice, good friends of yours.
Yes, sir.
But you're also admitting to this jury that you were involved in their murders.
Yes, sir. I was there.
A little bit more than there, right?
I was there.
Well, let's talk about some of the differences between just being there and what happened. You're telling this jury that there were a whole bunch of people there, right? More than 5.
Yes, sir.
You told this jury that Maurice actually started something with you.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor minimized it a little bit, but I want to make sure that I understand what it is that you're saying. You're saying Maurice pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir.
There are different knives in this world, okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
Is the knife that we're talking about a knife that folds? Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, sir. I don't recall what kind of knife it was. I just know it was a knife. I remember it was a knife.
So as opposed to like a kitchen knife or something like that, they're different. So you're saying you can't identify, don't know what knife at all? Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't no regular kitchen knife.
Okay.
It was a knife. I just know it was a knife. It wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay. Not a kitchen knife. Did you see, and I'm asking you under oath, did you see him where he got the knife? Well, out of his pocket, someplace else, you know?
Not that I recall. I just know it was a knife there. He kept a knife with him.
So was it his knife?
Was it his knife?
Yes.
Yes, it was his knife.
So
No, you talking about Maurice's knife?
I am.
No, it was his knife. It wasn't his knife. I'm sorry about that.
All right.
He picked up a knife that Brice had, that Brice carried with him to attack me with it, to charge at me with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the knife, and if I'm being confusing, you tell me, all right? That knife that got pulled on you.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that knife? What did it look like? How big was it? Stuff like that.
Like I said, I don't remember. I just know it wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay. I think you just told me, but I'm not 100% sure I understood it. So where did he get it? Was it on a table?
I don't recall where he picked it up from. I just know he picked it up and charged at me with the knife.
Okay.
I don't remember where he got it from. I just know, yeah.
He charged at you with it.
Yes, sir.
Can you show us with your hand how he was holding it?
I just remember he was like this, not like running with it, just like this, like holding it, like trying to come, trying to come towards me. Yes, sir.
Okay. What was he doing with that hand that was holding the knife?
I don't remember. I just remember him coming toward me with the knife. I don't remember what the whole.
Okay.
How he looked.
Was he running? Was he slow walking?
He wasn't running. He wasn't walking. He was just trying to come towards me. People was pulling him back to not come towards me.
So other folks were holding him back.
Yeah, to not come towards me, to stop him.
All right. Was he also talking while he was doing that?
I don't remember. He was just mad.
Okay. But he was mad. You could tell he was mad.
Yes, sir.
You said, I'm trying to get this right, a minute ago, you lunged back. So you went back.
Yeah, I stepped back.
Yep. Okay. You did that because you didn't want to get stabbed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the only reason you didn't get stabbed is because other people grabbed him, right?
He wasn't going to stab me.
Well, you lunged back because you were concerned he might, right?
Yeah, I lunged back, but he wasn't going to stab me.
Well, he didn't stab you on this particular, he didn't, right? In part because people grabbed him
back. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Now, all this stuff we're talking about right now, everything we just talked about with Maurice, the knife, and all that, when the police first questioned you, you didn't say any of that. Right?
I mean, I said something, but I didn't say about the situation. I didn't say about the murders.
Well, what you actually said was, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. So all these things you're saying here to this jury, the first time you were asked about them, you said, I don't know. I can't help you. I wasn't there.
Yes.
You said, why are you holding me? I didn't do nothing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you said that over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't true. Right?
First statement of me saying, of me denying.
All those things, right? Those are all lies, right?
That wasn't true. The first statement. It wasn't true.
But you swore it was true. You said, it's true, it's true. Let me go. I didn't do anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were lying.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony to this jury makes it sound like you didn't do anything wrong. Like you were there, you were watching, but you didn't really participate. Because that's what you eventually convinced the police, right? That you were was there, but you didn't participate.
Objection.
Wanna come up?
Okay, I've I've never seen it in a courtroom. Well, I have seen it where you could approach a witness like that. Either you got to ask, but to me, what he's doing to this kid is like taunting him. He wants to upset him. No, I don't think I should. I don't know why the judge is saying he cannot approach the victim or the witness like that. I mean,
This is the sort of thing I'm at. This is the sort of thing I'm asking you about. You were talking about people being violated, right? That's the term you used.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you're using that term kind of to mean punished. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before that happened, was there a vote?
Yes, sir. It was. And that I remember. It was.
When you just testified to this jury, when the prosecutor was asking you what happened, that didn't come up.
No, sir, it didn't.
But now you're telling this jury that in fact there was a vote?
Yes, sir. It was.
And you were one of the people voting, right?
Nah, we didn't vote. You asked us. We said no. We didn't agree to it.
So your testimony under oath is that you said no.
Yes, sir.
What about your cousin? And why?
He said no as well.
What about the other folks who were there?
We didn't know them, so I don't really recall them even saying anything. I don't know if they said yeah or no. I don't remember that. I don't.
You don't. Your testimony is that you don't remember?
They could agree with it. They could have not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
This is a vote that, according to you now, resulted in 2 deaths, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us you don't remember the details?
7 years ago, man. I don't remember who actually said, let's do it, let's not do it. I don't know. It was 7 years ago.
But you want this jury to believe that you, in this vote, voted no.
Yeah. We said no.
It wasn't long after that before you were holding a knife, right?
I was past the knife.
You were holding a knife.
Yeah, I was past the knife. Yeah.
And you want it to be passed because you think that sounds better.
No, sir.
Because I'm not asking you how it ended up in your hand. I'm asking you, was a knife in your hand?
Yes, sir. A knife was in my hand.
Was it the same knife that you'd been threatened with?
Been threatened with?
Yes. By Maurice minutes earlier. It was the same knife that ended up in your hand.
Yes, sir. It was the same knife.
And you took that same knife, according to your testimony, and you stuck that knife, you stabbed with that knife into Maurice. Yes?
No.
You told us under oath minutes ago that you did.
Larry. He made me stab Larry, not Maurice.
So your testimony is that you did not stab both?
No, sir, I didn't.
So that knife that you've been threatened with, you only stabbed one of your friends with?
Yes, sir.
3 times?
I don't remember. Once or twice, as I told her.
These details matter to you, right?
Yes, sir.
They're important, right?
Yes, sir.
And you want to make sure that the jury and this court don't know what really happened to Maurice and Larry. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Well, when you spoke to the police, you felt very strongly you did not want them to know what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
As you told us earlier today, because you didn't want to get caught. It was the first thing I asked you. And you talked, I know you may have talked with multiple people. One of those people you talked to is in the courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at the officer in the courtroom who spoke to you? Do you know his name?
Detective Tonelli?
That is correct. Do you remember if Detective Tonelli was there every time that police were speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
He was.
Yes, sir.
Was he running the room?
I don't remember. I just know he was there. He was present.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He talked to you a lot, right? These weren't short conversations, right? And that's not a trick question. I mean, it's not like you didn't talk to each other for 5 minutes or something. You talked to each other for hours,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay. One of these meetings is 126 pages, just one of them. Does that surprise you? That even just one of them is 126 pages long?
No, don't surprise me.
Okay. And the police told you that you were going to get charged with murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't want to get charged with murder, right?
No, sir. I didn't.
So you lied to this man right here, right? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't lie once or twice or 3 times. You lied over and over and over, right? Yes.
No. Just that day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. The day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. I'm gonna get charged. Mm-hmm.
And you were hoping that if he believed your lies, they'd just let you go, right? That was your hope?
Yeah, but we wasn't. I knew I wasn't going nowhere.
But that was your hope, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you he wanted to help you. Remember that? He said it over and over.
I don't remember the conversation. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember the conversation.
He told you that you could get life in prison for murder. Do you remember that?
Like I said, I don't remember what he said. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember.
When he was telling you that he wanted to help you, he also told you part of your job would be to help yourself. Remember that?
No, I don't remember the conversation. I remember me speaking with him. I don't remember the conversation, everything, all the details that was spoken in the interview. I don't remember.
Well, he told you details about his own life, and I'm not going to ask about that. But you remember him? They got your food, right? Something to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you sat together. He wasn't yelling at you, right? He didn't yell at you. He just told you needed to help yourself. He wanted you to give him details of what had happened in both of those, all three of the murders, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that you need to take care of you. Do you have a relative who ended up getting a lot of time on a robbery? You remember telling him about that? I mean, I say a lot of time.
Robbery? Not that I recall. No, sir, I don't remember that.
Do you remember him telling you some stories about different things that have happened to him when he's a police officer?
No, sir, I don't remember the situation. I don't remember him, the details in the interview. I just remember speaking with him. I don't remember.
At the end of the first interview, do you remember him getting a little bit frustrated? I don't mean yelling at you, but a little bit frustrated that you weren't answering the questions the way he wanted. Remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you remember him cleaning up his papers and saying, it's going to be your last chance?
That part I do remember.
Okay. But it turned out it wasn't your last chance, right? Because he came back, right? He came to talk to you again. Right?
He could have. I don't know if he came back or not.
You remember that there was more than one time you met with the police, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he was telling you things like that he could help you, that this was your last chance, you still didn't want to answer his questions.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you, in fact, didn't answer his questions truthfully, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. But at a later time, you changed your mind.
Yes, sir.
And you decided to start telling him some of the details about the murders.
Yes, sir.
Because you, in fact, got charged with 1, 2, 3 murders, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to start answering his questions, but you decided that it was the best way to get out of trouble.
You can say that, but it was just the right thing to do at that time.
It wasn't the right thing to do when you were first talking to the police, right?
It's too scared to do it, man.
You were so scared in this whole situation that you took Maurice's shoes.
Wasn't me. I don't recall that.
We've already talked about how those shoes, the Timberlands, were recovered at your girlfriend's cousin's house.
They was my Timbs. All black Timberlands. That was mine.
That you took off the body of your friend.
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Yeah.
I'm holding in my hand the plea agreement that you signed and executed, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving this to you. I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. First, you recognize that signature?
Yes, sir. It's me.
All right. Yeah, and that signature is on the plea agreement itself. What about this signature right here?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Right. And that is on your motion to enter a guilty plea. Now, looking at this, looking at those charges, how many murder charges were you looking at? Right there.
I was looking at 3 counts of complicity to the murder.
And a fourth count. What's that fourth count?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Do you remember what your plea is on this?
10 years, I believe 10 years, 20 if probated. Sorry, my sentence out.
Well, first, all 3 of those murder charges were reduced, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of this plea agreement, they were reduced from murder to what's called facilitation to murder, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of looking at a life sentence on count 1 of murder, what were you looking at on just that count? Do you remember?
On what account? Can you refer to it? The one murder charge?
The first murder count.
It's no murder's 25 to life.
And because of your plea agreement, that charge got reduced to facilitation. And then what we look at instead of life in prison. I can bring this back to you.
When it got reduced, I was looking at 1 to 5 for each count.
Correct. Instead of looking at life, you were now looking at 5 years, right?
For each count.
On the first count.
Mm-hmm.
On the second count, same thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the third murder, same thing. On the tampering with physical evidence, same thing.
Yes, sir.
It says on this recommendation, the Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count. 3 counts of facilitation of murder, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated.
Yes, sir.
When you decided to enter that plea, to cut the deal, that was your understanding of the deal, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of looking at life, you now would be looking at either 10 years in prison or 20 years over your head if you got probated.
Yes, sir.
It says further that the Commonwealth, that's the prosecution, objects to probation. All right.
Yes, sir.
But it had another condition in there. It says the defendant agrees to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings of these events.
Yes, sir.
That was a condition.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you're here today.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, should the defendant fail to testify truthfully as determined by the court, right,
Yes, sir.
then the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him, you,
Mm-hmm.
with the original charges.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
That the Commonwealth, at the end of your testimony, could ask the court for a hearing and argue that you haven't been truthful, argue that they're not satisfied, Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And if they won that hearing, then you'd be looking at life in prison again.
Yes, sir.
And you don't want that to happen, do you?
I've been to prison. I don't want to go back. Of course, I don't want to go to prison.
You, in fact, served about 6 years on this. Is that right?
Roughly 6 years, almost 6 years. Yes, sir.
You got out on the 1st of September, 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't happy to answer any questions from the police officer truthfully, right?
I didn't answer truthfully. No, sir.
But in order to keep from a life sentence, you did, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to come here today and testify, right?
No, sir.
But in order to keep this plea agreement intact, you did.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Judge, we would move to introduce defense exhibit number 2.
No objection.
All right, so admitted and redirect.
Mr. Taylor, jumping back to the beginning of the defense cross, he asked about the gun from the Christopher Jones murder. What happened to that gun?
I know he wouldn't. He got rid of the gun. I wanted it back because, of course, it was my gun from begin with, for my protection. I wanted the gun back. He wouldn't give it to me, so he did whatever he did with the gun.
And when you say he, to whom are you referring?
Brice.
And by Brice, do you mean the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
The conversation that occurred that was characterized as a vote, walk us through that, because what do you mean? What happened in that conversation?
When he said something about the vote, I do remember it was a sort of debate on what should happen. And I just remember we didn't really agree to it. We didn't want to do it.
Like, was this a vote where you all wrote down yes or no on a piece of paper and he added them up?
Nah, we just talking. Okay. He was just speaking to us about it happening.
Where did this occur?
In the living room, in wherever inside the apartment. I don't know, somewhere in the living room, hallway. I don't really remember, man.
At that point, was Maurice tied up?
I don't really remember at that point. I just remember it was a vote. We didn't agree to it.
Was it within earshot of Maurice? Like, do you think he could hear you all talking about it?
Possibly. We was out. It's not a big apartment, so, and it was five of us or 6 of us in that night, so it wasn't, we could hear.
Do you remember where in the time frame that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Was it before he got stabbed?
Could have been. Yeah, before. Yes, ma'am. It was before. Had a debate.
Do you remember? I know you said the knife was not a kitchen knife. What do you mean of like? How would you describe a kitchen knife?
Kitchen knife that you just cut things on, like cut something with, like. But it's a personal knife.
Okay.
A personal knife that you carry around with you.
Would you have it in your pocket or
a pocket knife? Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
How old are you now?
I'm 25.
And how old were you in 2016?
17, ready to be 18.
Do you? What was your birthday?
June 20th.
So, did you turn 18 while when the prosecution first started on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So, at that time, did you move from a juvenile holding facility to adult jail?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking to Detective Tonelli on May 25th, 2016, at page 17, did you have any family you could ask for advice?
I'm sorry, repeat the question again
Did you have any family you could ask for advice?
about the situation.
Yeah.
I didn't have no family to really go to. I was out here, you know.
Between the 22nd and the 25th, did you talk to anybody about this case?
20.
Like between when it happened and when you got picked up by police?
I don't really remember. I might have, but I don't really remember who I talked to.
Who would you have talked to?
Anybody was a friend or ex-girlfriend or something like that. I don't really remember.
Friend or girlfriend? Did you, you said your father had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to your mom and ask her for advice?
Our relationship was kind of rocky at the time, so probably not.
Did you have any older siblings?
I'm the oldest on both sides.
So that night, where you talked to Detective Tonelli for, I believe it was 126 pages. I've got that correct. I mean, it was several hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told him to summarize that you didn't know what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you say that?
I'm just scared. I didn't know what to say in the situation.
And just to clear up the thing with the Timberlands, so did you all kind of share clothes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we all did pretty much. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Who had the Timberlands on when that night started?
I believe I did, as I remember.
But they had started out as Maurice's shoes?
We was trade shoes. I used to wear his shoes. He wore my shoes time to time, stuff like that.
Okay.
But I had them on.
Then why did you leave them at Monisha's?
I remember that they had from all the blood and stuff on the crime scene at the scene. My boots had a spot of blood on, so I put it in Monisha's closet, and it was found there.
After you talked to Detective Tonelli that first time on May 25th.
Yes, ma'am.
At the end of that, were you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did court proceedings start?
I was a juvenile. I know I went to court, and then I turned 18. I came to the jail.
Okay. And did you come to court from time to time?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
At that point, did you get a lawyer?
Public defender.
Okay.
I didn't get a lawyer, personal attorney.
And then in 2017, you gave the second statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were the only two times that you sat down and gave a statement to Detective Tonelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Or any police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you give the second statement?
Just to come forth, to be honest.
Okay.
I felt.
And also, I mean, I'm not trying to skew what you're saying. You wanted the deal that you got, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's better than going down for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But did the promise of this great deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli and this jury?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did the promise of this deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli at the second statement in 17 or to this jury today?
No, ma'am.
And the plea agreement was that the charges of murder would be amended to facilitation of murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your understanding of facilitation?
Yes. So what's my understanding?
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
He was pretty much there. He was there when it happened, but you didn't do nothing about it. You didn't call the police or try to, they say stop the situation. So
Okay.
I see you was there. You facilitated by being there, present when it happened.
Like helping it along to some extent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how you feel about your role in this now?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what do you feel?
Right now, I just looking back, we was just kids. Man. We was just young. We didn't really, you know what I'm saying? I know me, I wasn't even thinking about stuff like that. I was too busy worrying about where I was gonna sleep at it, being home and stuff like that. I didn't have a mentality. I didn't have a mentality of all that. I was just, I was just present when it happened. We never knew this was going to, happen. We never knew. It was talked about, but we didn't believe. At the time, it was partying and stuff. We don't believe this stuff, man.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Griffiths?
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Taylor, you're free to go. Counsel, you all would approach.
What's your guys' opinion on this kid's testimony? What is wrong with his head? I know I'm saying it again. I need to find out what's going on back there. Not the Band-Aid. Around the Band-Aid. I believe him too.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and break for the evening, but I want to give you a little bit of information. Number one, I'm going to read the whole admonition again, just to be clear. Before you go, please recall the earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case anywhere. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. Do not use any internet search engines, websites, blog, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research about this case or to help you deliberate on the case. And do not communicate online or elsewhere with anyone connected to the trial other than here in the courtroom where you hear testimony. Now, tomorrow I'm going to have you all come in at 9:15, but tomorrow we're not going to have lunch. We're just going to stop at 1, maybe even a little bit before 1. But, we're going into the week before the holidays, and you all have been going long days every day. So I think everyone can really use the half day tomorrow. The other good news is that it looks even more likely than it previously was that this will not go beyond next week. So that is good, and that is in part because we have all been able to be willing to sit here and go through the day and listen diligently, and so that's very much appreciated. And we will see you tomorrow outside the doors at 9:15.
Is this your book? Yeah, I couldn't. Oh, really?
Don't forget your phones. Sure. It's okay.
I remember in the first beginning of the before or whenever it's on.
The attorneys want to come up. I just don't want to answer this question without you guys up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. I just want them to be present, so I'm not talking to a juror without the lawyers here. No big deal. So he was just asking about, are they going to have the opportunity to ask questions? So typically what will happen is once all of the evidence has come in and you go back to deliberate, then if you still have questions, you can request that we answer them, but the court may decide not to answer them.
Oh, okay. I got
But
it.
yeah, it won't be until you're deliberating.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to know. Thanks
All
so
right.
much.
Thanks. Have a great night.
I don't know what his question is.
This is not that kind of court.
Always love when a judge will answer that.
Oh man. At the end of every witness.
Every witness, the jury could pass up questions to the judge. And he could,
A lot of counties do that. Yeah, I know Judge Howard always did that, and I would be like, why? It's a good, it kind of gives you an idea of what they're thinking, which is nice. But on the other hand,
I wonder what they're going to do here. What is going on with this? Look how blurry that is. So, and there's that. All right, people, I gotta go. Thanks for being here.